on asserting the power of the purse of Congress and the motu proprio inquiry on the budget utilization of the Department of Education. Conducting inquiries ay based sa discretion ng Kongreso at ito ay ayon sa ating sandigang batas. In fact, in the first and second hearings already conducted by the committee, the following were seen. Number 1, gaps and abuses of Joint Circular number 2015-01 dahil makikita mas mahigpit pa ang COA Circular number 97-002 sa cash advances kumpara sa Joint Circular 2015-001 ng Confidential at Intelligence Fund. Number 2, irregularities in the utilization of confidential fund ng OPP. Number 3, rekomendasyong amyendahan ng COA ang policy ng 180-day period to appeal dahil ito ay mahaba masyado. Number 4, regularity kung paano ginamit ang pondong inilaga sa OPP at DepEd, halintulad na lang sa DepEd na hindi pala maayos na naipatutupad ang last mile school projects pati ang school-based feeding program kung saan madaming nasirang pagkain. At number 5, rekomendasyong mag-submit ng SALN ng accountable officers and special disbursing officers at iba pa. Ang Kongreso ang guardian ng public funds. Ang investigasyon ng government transaction is a proper exercise of the power of inquiry. Kabilang sa mga transaksyon ito, ang government agencies created by Congress and officers whose positions are within the power of Congress to regulate or even abolish, since Congress has authority to inquire into the operations of the executive branch. It would be incongruous to hold that the power of inquiry does not extend to executive officials who are the most familiar with and informed on executive operations. Narapat lamang na maipatawag ang mga empleyado ng executive na mas nakakaalam ng mga transaksyon pinasok nila. The power of inquiry, with process to enforce it, is grounded on the necessity of information in the legislative process. If the information possessed by executive officials on the operation of their offices is necessary for wise legislation on that subject, by parity of reasoning, Congress has the right to that information and the power to compel the disclosure thereof. It also follows that non-compliance and unjustified, baseless refusal with congressional inquiries is tantamount to a violation of the Constitution. Kung sa kaso nga ng Standard Chartered Bank versus Senate Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies, Supreme Court recognized the bank merely as a source persons or as witnesses. In a legislative inquiry, hindi bilang akado sa isang criminal case nor will they be subjected to any penalty by reason of their testimonies. Dahil dito, hindi nila pwedeng baliwalain ang pagharap sa komite ng Senado. Hindi rin sapat na dahilan na dahil may kinabitbit ng kaso sa korte ay hindi nasisipon sa pagdinig ng Kamara. Sa 2009 case of Romero versus Estrada, the Supreme Court emphasized that the inapplicability of the inquiries in aid of legislation is not limited to criminal or administrative cases. It can be extended in special civil actions awaiting final disposition before the Supreme Court. Otherwise, it would be extremely easy to subvert any intended inquiry by Congress through the convenient employ of instituting a criminal or an administrative claim. Surely the exercise of sovereign legislative authority of which the power of legislative inquiry is an essential component cannot be subordinate to a criminal or administrative investigation. This doctrine in Standard Chartered Bank has been adopted in Section 1 of the 19th Congress published Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation. To it, the filing of pendency of a case before any court, tribunal, or quasi-judicial or administrative body not stop or abate any inquiry conducted to carry out a purpose. Kung tungkol naman sa karapatan ng mga witnesses that include, among others, the right to due process, the right against self-incrimination, as well as the right to privacy of communications and correspondence of a private nature, the late Father Joaquin G. Bernas noted that since these rights are already enshrined in the Bill of Rights, the requirement under Section 21, Article 6 of the Constitution does not really create. Hindi ba at nasa Konstitusyon na officers and employees must at all times be accountable to the all, serve them with utmost responsibility, integrity, loyalty, and efficiency, act with patriotism and justice, and lead modest lives? Kaya aking hinihikayat ang iba pang kawani ng pamahalaan na may kinalaman at kaalaman tungkol sa mga transaksyong ating sinisiyasat na lumabas na at lumapit sa House Blue Ribbon Committee upang tulungan tayong ilabas ang katotohanan sa paggamit ng pondo ng bayan upang magamit ito sa mga mas may katuturang bagay. Hindi nararapat ang sambayanang umaako ng buwis pa ang maghihirap malaman ang katotohanan. We owe it to the Filipino people to render accounts. I move on to the Committee Secretary to provide the committee an update on the invitations, requests, correspondence, submissions, and compliance.
For that, Your Honor, may I also recognize Assistant Secretary for Procurement of the Department of Education, Mr. Leon Mugsaya, and presiding May Del Campo from the Commission Audit State Auditor. Now, for the updates, the Committee Secretariat has sent invitations via electric mail to all the agencies. To OVP, we have received their reply to the show cause order that was duly served previously. For the Commission on Audit, they have submitted and complied with the subpoena to Sisteco issued by the committee on September 25, 2024. For the Bureau of Treasury and the DBM, DBM also submitted and complied with the previous requirement to submit documents relating to the confidential fund of the OVP. And no additional submissions from the other agencies here. Update as well, Your Honor. For the show cause order issued, at present, the Secretariat notes the absence of Mr. Edward Fajarda, as well as the new invitee, spouse of Mr. Edward Fajarda, Ms. Sunshine Fajarda. Some of the additional invitees as well for the Department of Education are not present, or the Committee Secretary has not been informed of their presence, particularly Attorney Brady De Castro, Attorney Rusty Osiris, are not here today, Your Honor. Mr. Rusty Osiris is present. Attorney Rusty Osiris, for all our guests, resource persons and witnesses, if you have not been recognized, kindly approach the mic, introduce yourself, and your agency and your destination. Thank you. Please take your seat, Attorney Osiris. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just registering my attendance, I'm former Undersecretary Omar Romero, formerly Yusef for Legal of DepEd. I was invited also, but I have yet to be acknowledged, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Were we able to issue subpoena at testificando to the resource person that we invited subject of the show cause order?
No, Your Honor. No issuances for subpoena at testificando yet, Your Honor.
Do I hear a motion from any member for the issuance of subpoena at testificando to the resource persons that we invited or subject of show cause order, and yet they refuse to attend and recognize this committee?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Honorable Flores.
move that we issue a memorandum to the persons named by the COMSEC, those who were issued the show cause orders.
Your Honors, may I get
Yes, Comsec.
the individuals who were previously issued show cause orders were Attorney Zuleika T. Lopez, Attorney Lemuel Ortonio, Attorney Rosalinda Sanchez, Ms. Gina F. Acosta, Ms. Julieta Villadere, and Edward Fajarda, Your Honors.
So those will be, those persons or resource persons are subject of the show cause order. Okay. So do I hear a second to the motion of the Honorable King? Duly seconded, is there any objection? Hearing none, the COMSEC is ordered to issue a subpoena ad testificandum to the following resource person, 5 resource persons, namely
Your Honor, 6, Attorney Lopez, Attorney Ortonio, Attorney Sanchez, Ms. Acosta, Ms. Villadere, and Mr. Fajarda.
Okay, and may I also request that a bulletin or lookout bulletin order be issued as well, in coordination with the Administration and the DOJ.
Noted, Your Honor.
Meron pa po ba kayong mga concern? Wala na po. We will now, on that note, let us now proceed. Honorable Ako.
In the second hearing that we have had, I think we have required the Department of Budget and Management to provide a copy of the letter request from the Office of the Vice President for the release of contingent funds, some requests for personal services and maintenance and operating expenses in 2022. Was this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yeah, DBM. May I know if the Commission on Audit is required to submit the following: a copy of the letter sent by the OVP through Attorney Lopez instructing the COA not to comply with the subpoena to the second issued by the House Committee on Appropriations.
Yes, Your Honor. Also complied by the Commission on Audit.
Documents related to the OVP's liquidation of the 125 million confidential funds.
Yes, Your Honor. Complied.
Documents related to the purchase of information, including details about how the 14 million pesos was spent and for what information.
Complied as well, Your Honor.
Documents related to the payment of cash reward, including details about the recipients and purpose of the rewards.
Complied as well, Your Honor.
Documents related to the OVP's safe houses, including the number of safe houses, their locations, and maintenance costs.
Complied, Your Honor.
Documents related to the purchase of supplies, including details about suppliers and contractors.
Complied, Your Honor.
All attachments and documents related to the notice of disallowance issued by the Commission on Audit regarding OVP's budget.
Complied, Your Honor.
And the audit action, in this case, the notice of disallowance and the liquidation report for the OVP's confidential funds.
Complied, Your Honor.
All supporting documents related to the Office of the Vice President's confidential funds are still necessary by the COA Intelligence and Confidential Funds Audit Unit for proper evaluation of the liquidation documents submitted.
Complied, Your Honor.
Document related to the OVP's purchase of supplies, including details about suppliers and contractors.
Complied, Your Honor.
Documents related to the OVP's provision of medical and food aid, including details about the recipients and the specific types of medical supplies and food.
Complied, Your Honor.
Documents related to the OVP surveillance activities, including details about the specific areas where these or where those activities were conducted,
Complied, Your Honor.
and data on the extent of the proper implementation of the school-based feeding program, including the amount of funds affected.
Complied, Your Honor.
Now, for COA, Mr. had been Abdul Malik Tumawis, he was required to submit the following, or the rental data for the OVP's head office, 10 satellite offices, and 2 extension offices, including square footage of its office space, lease commencement dates, and a breakdown of rental costs for each type of rental. Was this submitted by Mr. Tumawi?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, COA's attorney Gloria A. Gomoro was required to submit the following, or was required to submit copies of the rental or lease agreement for the 10 satellite offices and 2 extension offices of the Office of the Vice President.
Compliant as well, Your Honor.
The Bureau of Treasury, Mr. Cadorna, was required to submit a position paper on the salary grades, accountability and fidelity band coverage, or SDOs, or special disbursement officers.
Compliant as well, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Mr. Rinaldo Monsaya, to submit records of the conversation he had with Yusek Mercado and other definite officials during the last meeting in Linden Street.
Not yet, Your Honor.
Okay. And lastly, Mr. Chair, Mr. Dexter A. Galvan was required to submit the following. A full report of the actions taken by DepEd to address the issues flagged by the COA regarding the school-based feeding program, a list of the suppliers involved in such program, a report on the issues encountered in the program's implementation in previous years, and data on the number of schools and students affected by the lapses in implementation. Did Mr. Dexter Galvan, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Operations, submit these reports, Mr. Chair?
At present, Your Honor, the Secretary is not in receipt of said documents.
He has not submitted.
None to the knowledge of the Secretary, Your Honor, none in the email as well, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is Mr. Munsaya present? I think. Do you know this requirement?
Your Honor, to be honest, I just learned of this requirement. I did not receive any order or document or email requiring me to submit this, Your Honor.
Now you know that you were required to submit records of that conversation.
Yes, Your Honor, I will comply.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Dexter Galvan. Is he around?
Here's
Mr. Galvan, did you know of this requirement for you to submit certain documents?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And may I know the reason why you haven't complied with this requirement?
We are confirming, as we have already prepared the reports prior, we shall confirm with the team for the transmittal of the documents because we already prepared answers for such, Mr. Chair. We do hope to transmit while this committee is ongoing.
In other words, you're going to submit the required documents today.
We will check, sir, if there was a
My
problem in the
question is,
transmission.
are you trying to tell us that you will submit the documents required today?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, salamat for the administrative requirements. Thank you.
Okay, meron pa po bang ibang gustong manifest? Wala na po. We will now proceed to the continuation of the deliberation and interpretation. But before we proceed, the Chair would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Senior Vice Chairperson, the Honorable Bienvenido M. Abate Jr. from the 6th District of Manila, the Honorable Ernesto F. Judicial Jr. from the 1st District of Manila, and the Honorable Jervil B. Luistro from the 2nd District of Batangas. Ma'am.
Your Honor, I would also like to recognize the pleasure of the members. New resource persons, Director for Heidi Espelas from the Commission on Audit, and from the Department of Education, Director for and back for Chairperson Attorney EOS.
Okay, before we proceed to the interpellation proper, may I request the COMSEC to please administer the oath of the new invitees.
Thank you, Your Honor. To all the new resource persons invited and present today, kindly stand up and raise your right hand. All members of the Philippine Army as well, sirs, please stand up. Even those in the panel newly invited, sir. Alright. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the statements you will give before this committee shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? The oath has been administered, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will now proceed. The first to interpolate, the Honorable Romeo Ako. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and magandang umaga po sa atin lahat. Mr. Chair, I would just like to proceed or continue my interpellation in the second hearing for COA. Kasi in the last hearing, COA, Attorney Camora, yes. Kayo po ang sumagot nung tinanong ko kung yung confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President were liquidated in accordance with the protocol provided for by the Joint Circular. Kayo po sumagot doon, di po ba? At sinabi po ninyo na the liquidation was done in accordance with the protocol provided by the circular. Totoo po ba yan?
Attorney Camora.
That is true po.
That is true. Okay. And kayo po ba ay sumasang-ayon sa akin na yung liquidation is merely a documentary checklist and does not actually show that the expenses are actually reasonable or even? Would you agree with that?
I would have to agree, Mr. Chair.
Pakiulit po.
Agree po against Secretary.
Do you agree with my statement?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And would you agree also that the confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President are public funds?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And would you agree that COA, or the Commission on Audit, your agency, is the agency or government agency which is supposed to be just to see to it that public funds are spent properly? Would you agree with that also?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, since you have stated that the Office of the Vice President liquidated its confidential funds as required under Joint Circular, would you also agree with me that the accomplishment report provided by the Office of the Vice President were 100% implemented?
Mr. Chair, what do you mean by 100% implemented po?
Na-implement pa yung pag-liquidate amount of 125 million as confidential fund of the Office of the Vice President?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the entire 125 million was liquidated.
And would you agree with me that the documentary pieces of evidence submitted by the Office of the Vice President were merely acknowledgement receipts? Would you agree with me?
The documentary evidence of payment, yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and could you give me the specifics insofar as the acknowledgement receipts submitted for the expenses so far as the confidential fund of the OVP is concerned? Would you give us how much is for the rental of safe houses? How much would be the amount for purchase of information? Do we have the number of acknowledgement receipts submitted by the OVP?
For For what account, Mr. Chair?
Rental of safe houses.
For rental for the period fourth quarter 2024.
Yes.
It's 16 million, Mr. Chair.
Rental of safe houses.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The rental is for 11 days. Would you agree with me?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Since the accomplishment report.
Pursuant to the accomplishment report, yung amount for the rental of safe houses were paid for 11 days.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. How about, and how many acknowledgement receipts were submitted for this?
Mr. Chair, for rental of safe houses, we received 34 acknowledgement receipts.
How about for transportation expense? What was the amount and the number of acknowledgement receipts submitted for each liquidation?
For transportation, it's 10 million, and the number of recipients is 72.
70 acknowledgement receipts.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, for the purchase of information, the same requirement.
Mr. Chair.
Magkano po yung sa purchase of information?
For the purchase of information based on the documentary evidence of payment, it's 14 million, and the number of recipients is 142, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And there are two items for reward, for medicine and various goods. Tama po.
Mr. Chair, there are actually three.
Three.
It's payment of reward with medicines, and payment of reward various.
What would be allotted for each of the three?
The documentary evidence of payment for payment of reward was 10,050,000.
For medication?
For reward,
For 10 million?
50,000.
Okay.
For the payment of reward medicines, it's 24,930,000.
For the third?
And for the payment of reward various goods, it's 34,857,000.
Thank you. Comsec, pwede po bang pakita natin yung sample of acknowledgement receipt for the payment of rental of safe house? Nakikita nyo, Attorney Camora, yung sample o yung actual acknowledgement receipt na sinabit ng OPP with the names of, shall we say, not shown because of confidentiality. Tama po ba ito?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is there an acknowledgement receipt which acknowledge the amount of 500,000 pesos for the payment of rental of safe house?
I will check. Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Meron po ba acknowledgement receipt amounting to 500,000 for the payment of rental of safe house?
Meron po, Mr. Chair.
Para sa isang safe house lang ito.
We have no information, Mr. Chair. What we know is para sa isang recipient yung money.
If I ask you the question, Yung 500,000 ba yun for 11 days or for 1 day?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano po ang 1 day or 11 days?
Since the accomplishment report says December 21 to 31, we think it's 11 days.
For 11 days.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
For a single safe house.
We have no information on how many houses that 500,000 was spent on, Mr. Chair.
Sabi niyo kanina, rental of safe houses in the amount of 16M with 34 acknowledgement receipts. Is it logical for me to conclude na 34 safe houses?
Mr. Chair, it just means that 34 people were paid for rental supplies, but we have
Hindi,
no...
rental of safe houses. Hindi po rental of
Sorry,
houses.
Mr. Chair.
Bakit?
Pardon.
Para bang iha? Nung last time na pini-question kita, you were very, very confident. Eh, ngayon, parang tentative yung mga sagot niyo sa akin. May no why? Nung last time, very, very confident kang sumasagot sa akin mga katanungan. Eh ngayon, very tentative ka and very, very careful ang pagsagot mo sa akin. May no reason why?
There's no reason, Mr. Chair.
There's no change? Ay, hindi mo mapapansin yun. Ako ang nakakapansin kasi ako nagtanong sa iyo last time. At ako pa rin ang nagtatanong sa iyo ngayon. And I noticed that change. Now, yung 34 acknowledgement receipts given by 34 persons, hindi ba nangangulugan yung 34 na safe houses yun?
Yes, sir. There's information that one receipt may pertain to one safe house.
Safe house, okay. So, if I ask you, yung receipt na amounting to 500,000 for the payment of rental of safe house, would it be logical for me to conclude that this is for one safe house for 11 days?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Para sa 11 days, yung 500,000 para sa isang safe house.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, if I ask you, how much would that be per day para sa isang safe house?
Mr. Chair, it would amount to 45,000 something, 45,454.55 per day.
45,000
Yes, Mr. Chair.
per day. Ano mo kaya klaseng safe house ito? 45,000 per day ang rental. Samantalang yung mga ibang magagandang lugar, eh, mas mura pa kaysa rito sa 45,000. Could you give us an idea of that?
Mr. Chair, we do not have information on the safe houses.
What do you say you do not have any information about the safe house?
You were asking for...
Hindi nyo alam kung high class yung safe house?
No information, Mr. Chair.
Yun na. Kasi nakapagtataka lang po na ang safe house at saka accomplishment report, okay na po sa inyo.
We still review the documents report.
And what is your objective when you review the document? Ano po ang tinitingnan nyo sa dokumento?
Whether compliant po siya, Mr. Chair, sa requirements.
Kaya nga, tinignan nyo lang kung yung document would comply with the Joint Circular.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you do not determine whether kasinungalingan na, totoo o hindi, yung nakalagay doon po sa document. Are you trying to tell this committee that?
Mr. Chair, we have issued an MD on the...
Hindi. Sagutin niyo muna po yung aking katanungan. Para bang ang sinasabi niyo dito sa amin, dito sa committee nito na nag-iimbestiga, na basta na kompleto po yung mga dokumento required by the joint circular, okay na sa inyo. Pero sinabi ninyo na nire-review ninyo yung documents. Ano po yung hinahanap ninyo dun sa dokumento? Na it is also in accordance with form and substance. Ganun po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, since prescribed din po sa joint circular
Yes.
forms.
And you do not determine whether kasinungalingan may katotohanan. Yung nakalagay po doon.
We check the certification as long as the certification is there.
Hindi naman po nyo sinasagot sa katanungan ko eh. Doon sa pagre-review ninyo, hindi kasali na i-review ninyo kung pwedeng totoo yung nilalagay doon o hindi.
Mr. Chair, yung submission.
Kaya nga, form and substance lang.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Whether it's unreasonable, out of this world, you do not care.
Unless it's really for submission. But Mr. Chair, it's more on submission po than ng documents required.
Yeah. Sige. I would just like to state na in the last hearing, you put in the liquidation report all the documents supposed to be submitted in accordance with the joint circular in the amount of, for the amount of 125 million. Nakalagay doon yung 14 million for the purchase of information, pero walang detalye ano yung mga informasyon na yon, or it does not even show how important those informations were. Worth 14 million, yung 35 million for supplies na ginamit in 11 days. Hindi po katakataka yun. 35 billion for supplies in 11 days. Hindi po kayo nagtaka doon?
As long as they submitted po the
Wala nga pangyayari sa atin.
acknowledgement receipts.
So long as they submit the acknowledgement receipts.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Further, Mr. Chair, yung accomplishment report, it does not require further details. And it is the only form under the joint circular.
Hindi ko na po tinatong kasi kung ganito po yung inyong patakaran, wala po kayo mababantayan.
Mr. Chair, kaya po meron po silang certification.
May certification na do not even determine whether the content of the certification are reasonable or not. Whether they are true or not, you do not determine that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, given the nature of the fund.
Kagaya ng 40 million for medical and food aid, ilang kayang informant ang ginamot at binigyan ng gamot? In 11 days, 35 million. Hindi po kayo nagtataka.
For supplies,
Yes. Hindi po ba? Report of day. Hindi po ba? Yes. In 11 days, 5 of which are holidays.
Mr. Chair, given the nature of the fund, it's
So,
confidential.
doon po kayo bumabalik dun sa nature of the fund palagi. Napapansin ko na doon kayo nagko-cover. Pero definitely, your job is to see to it. So, yung titignan po natin talaga is, yung pinakita natin na acknowledgement receipt, ganyan lang talaga ang format. Nakalagay lang ang amount, pangalan at signature na tumanggap, at date kung kailan niya ito tatanggap. That is it.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yun yung sinabi ko nila sa amin.
And COA does not try to determine kung sino man yung taong yun, existing ba siya o hindi. You do not.
No, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you. Para lang for my information. So, you do not have any means or you do not exert any means para ma-determine kung totoo yung mga nakalagay sa acknowledgement receipt. You just take it hook, line, and sinker na totoo yun.
Mr. Chair, probably we could, but given the limited
Hindi walang ID yung tao na sinasabi.
Mr. Chair.
Wala. Talagang sikretong-sikreto.
What was submitted to us, that is what we were Mr. Chair.
Okay. Pwede ko rin ba i-conclude na walang paraan ng COA para malaman kung gawa na lang acknowledgement receipts na ito?
If you base it on the joint circular.
Papiling sagot niyo po yung aking katanungan. Hindi ko po tinatanong yung tungkol sa joint circular or whatever. Ang katanungan ko po wala pong paraan na magagawa ang COA para malaman kung gawa-gawa lang ang mga acknowledgement receipts na sinabit. Would my statement be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sabi ko pardon? Tama?
Tama po.
Okay. Sa madaling salita, kahit na sabihin natin hindi naman talaga natanggap ng isang tao yung amount of 500,000 for the payment of the safe houses, kagaya na nakalagay kanina, hindi talaga sinusuri ng COA ito. Talagang hindi kasama sa inyong job description na suriin ito. In spite of the fact na sinabi nyo kanina, nalilibig nyo naman yung mga dokumentong ito. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Actually, hindi ito aking pinagkakabahala Kung tutusin natin, at least kung makalaga dyan, Juan de la Cruz ang kunin. Pero may nakikita akong acknowledgement receipt sa mga sinamit ko ninyo na initials lang ang nakalagay. Instead, for example, Juan de la Cruz, J. Cruz lang ang nakalagay na tumanggap ng amount of 500,000 for the payment of safe houses mula sa Office of the Vice President. Kung ganitong proof lang ang papasada sa COA, wala na talaga kayong paraan para matanong yung taong tumanggap ng pera. Di mo ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It is really yung pag sa intelligent conflict fund po. There's no verification. Also, even if we have means right now, yung manpower po ng people cannot handle if alone itong si OBP, we cannot verify all those people. And we audit all confidential intelligence funds. So, hindi ko kaya research.
You did not find it, shall we say, unusual for an amount or the amount of 125 million in magkano sa 11 days.
Then personally, malaki na po siya.
Hindi. Personally, You find it unusual.
It would be na medyo malaki ang
Then hindi mo wala kang ginawa. You found it unusual and then wala kang ginawa.
Since they submitted all the requirements under budget circular.
Tama na. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Ako. Ako po yung sundunin ko lang po yung line of questioning ni Congressman Ako. Tony Camora, sensya na po kayo po ulit, matatanong ko po. Bagay po dun sa Joint Circular number 2015-01. Ang isa po sa mga requirement po para sa liquidation po ng conflict fund ay yung tinatawag po nating accomplishment report. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Pwede po bang pakita po dito yung accomplishment report sa yan, ito po. Yan po yung yan, ito po yung accomplishment report. So ang laman po ng accomplishment report, makikita po din natin dito, nakalagay po dyan yung period covered. Yan po. Ito po, ibig sabihin po nito, ito yung araw o buwan na covered kung saan dito sa itong mga itong surveillance and monitoring. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So dito naman sa actual outcome o accomplishment, nakalagay po dito yung mga dahilan kung ano po, saan po ginamit yung pera. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. At doon naman sa amount utilized, ibig sabihin, ito po kung breakdown ng amount kung paano po ginamit o kung saan ginamit. Tama po.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
At syempre, nandito po sa baba niya yung special dispersing officer at saka po yung nag-approve. Tama po ba? So yan ang bali yan ang laman ng accomplishment report. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So base po dito, dito po makikita po natin yung sa letter rental of other incidental expenses relative to the maintenance of safe houses. Dito po sa rental ng safe houses ng OBP, hindi po ito nagre-refer sa long-term lease. Tama ba?
Hindi po, sir.
We have no way of knowing. Tama po. Okay. Basta't ang itong list na to, naka-pertain lang doon sa period covered, which is yung December 21 to December 31. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin, ito nakalagay po dyan na 16 million, ito lang po yung covered niya. Yung December 21 up to December 31.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yun yung type po na...
Yun yung time, lagyan natin sa itong 16 million. Okay po? So, bagay po dito sa joint circular na ginawa po sa OBP sa accomplishment report na to. Ang DEPS po, yun ang source ng file. Tama po ba? Ang DEP, ang ibig sabihin po ng DEP, document evidence payment. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so ang document evidence payment is the acknowledgement receipt.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So wala na pong iba. So hindi po, wala po dyan yung contract of lease. Wala po. So talagang pinaka-ebidensya lang yan na tinatawag natin is yung acknowledgement receipt na yung tao o kumpanya ay nakatanggap ng ganitong amount base po sa bayan. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So sa madaling salita, dito po sa 125 million na rent na confidential fund, lahat po yan, ang pinaka-ebidensya lang niya is acknowledgement receipt. Regardless, kay food, kay rentals, kay reward, lahat po yan pare-parehas ng ebidensya.
Yes, Mr.
which is acknowledgement receipt. Tama po ba? Okay, walang OR, wala lahat. Now, punta po tayo dito sa rental ng houses. Ano pong specific mandate o programa ng OBP kung saan kinakailangan po ng OBP ang mga safe houses?
Mr. Chair,
May alam po ba kayo?
ang nakalagay lang po dito sa accomplishment nila is yung program nila, which is safe implementation of OBP initiatives and confidence building.
Ito, wala, without giving names, meron po ba kayong idea o alam kung sino po ang mga nilagay nila dito sa safe houses na to? Sino yung mga pinatira nila?
No, Mr. Chair, since it's a safe house.
So hindi talaga dinidebars. Pupunta po tayo dito sa isang acknowledgement receipt worth 1 million pesos. Napansin ko po dito, wala po dito sa acknowledgement receipt na kahit na anong detalye ng safe house. Hindi po nakalagay kung saan, wala pong lease contract, wala pong kahit na anong detalye, except yung name lang po ng owner. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. At dun sa, at kung mapapansin din po ninyo, whether 1,500,000, 750,000, ang template po nila ay pare-parehas.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Dito, sinasabi po ninyo sa liquidation ng OVP Confidential Fund in 2022, 34 ang acknowledgement receipt. At tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, at kanina sinabi po ninyo sa 34 na to, 34 po yung safe houses. So ibig sabihin, isang resibo represents one safe house. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. May idea po ba kayo dito sa safe house na to kung ito po ba ay bahay, kondo, o kung ilang palapag?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Wala po. So ibig sabihin, wala kayong alam na detalye.
No details, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, lumalabas din po dito, in 11 days, ang nagastos po nila sa safe houses is 16 million.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ayan po. Ano po yung pinaka-murang safe house na kanilang nirentahan in 11 days? Yung pinaka-mura po. Magkano po yun?
Mr. Chair, it's 250,000 po.
Ang pinaka-murang safe house na kanilang nirentahan in 11 days is 250,000.
250,000, Mr. Chair.
Okay. At ano naman, magkakano naman po yung pinakamalaki?
Mr. Chair, meron po 1 million po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So base po dun sa inyong official receipt, o base po dito sa official receipt na kanila pong in-issue, at dito po sa pinakikita po sa atin, may dalawa po dito nakalagay na 1 million. So ibig sabihin po ba may dalawang safe houses sila na nirentahan in 11 days worth 1 million? Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Tama, okay. At dito po, nakalagay din po dito sa isang OR na worth 1 million, binayaran po nila to dated December 26 at yung isa naman dated December 28.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Dalawa po kasi yung interpretation ko niyan. Ano po bang tama? ito pong 1 million na to ay for 11 days, which is December 21 to December 31. O dahil po doon sa date of payment, December 26, doon po nagsisimula yung rentals. So 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, which is 6 days. At doon naman po sa isa, December 28, which is 4 days. So yung bang 1 million na binayad nila na December 28, yung 1 million na in 4 days o in 11 days?
Mr. Chair, it just means na to take time po bayaran yung recipient po.
But it does not follow na yun yung period covered.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Pwede po
Hindi ka ba nagtaka na minsan na wala na hindi ka naman, hindi po ba kayo nagtataka? Di ba normally po sa mga rentals, magbabayad ka muna bago ka mag-occupy.
Yes po, sa normal rental.
So ito po hindi normal.
It's a safe house, Mr. Chair.
Hindi. Tama po, I understand na safe house. Pero di ba na normally po pagka ganyan po, may mag-uupang. Pag-uupahan po ninyo ang isang lugar, hindi ka naman makakapag-occupy nang hindi ka muna nagbabayad. Minsan meron nga pong down payment, meron pang advance payment. Hindi, di ba hindi naman, meron pa bang instance na nauna muna yung pagpasok bago yung bayad? Meron po bang instance na gano'n? Nangyayari po ba yun?
Wala po mong information.
Wala po information. Kasi ang normally po, magbabayad ka muna bago ka papayagan ng may-ari na pumasok. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So ito po, pwede rin naman na yung payment ng 1 million is just for 4 days.
Possible din naman siya.
Possible din. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun. Hindi po ba kayo nagtaka na sobrang mahal yung 1 million in just 4 days? Anong klase pong safe house to? May swimming pool po ba itong safe house? May wifi? Sa BGC? May pakikita po ako sa inyong isang resort sa Shangri-La. Shangri-La Boracay. Per night po nito is 22,500. This is a high-end luxury resort. It is just 25,000 per day. As compared po natin dito sa 1 million, bali magkano po lumalabas yung 1 million per day in 11 days? Magkano po ba yan sa 11 days, yung 1 million?
Mr. Chair, 90,000.
90,000 a day. As compared po dun sa luxury resort. With complete amenities. Much worse, 4 days. Yung 1 million. Magkakano mo lumalabas yun in 4 days? 250,000 per day. Hindi po ba kayo nagtaka? Bakit kayo naman? Hindi po kayo nagtaka?
Information kung gano'n kalaki payment.
Wala po kayong information. Wala po kayo. May papakita pa rin po ako sa inyo. Yung mga condo unit po sa BGC. Yan po. 90,000 per day. If you 90,000 per month sa BGC Taguig po. Hindi po yan 90,000 per day. That is 90,000 per month ang rental po yan sa BGC. Ganyan po ba ang itsura ng rest house? Nagkarenta. Ha?
Wala po kami information on the klase pong cycles.
Nakunin nyo, medyo dapat kung tinitignan po ninyo, nagtanong na kayo sa laki po ng rental, 11 days. 16 million, very clearing na po yun. Noong December 28, 2022, ang binayaran po nila sa rentals is worth 2.850 million. Tama po ba? Yung pensang December 28, 2.6 million. At noong December 27, 3.7 at noong December 29. So in just 3 days, nagbayad po sila ng 8.750 million for the rentals. Hindi po ba para bumili na po sila ng bahay na? Tama po ba?
Hindi po allowed ang purchase.
Ayun, hindi allowed yung purchase.
Since kailangan po.
Yes. Hindi rin allowed yung construction. Tama ba? Okay. But that amount is equivalent to one house. 8 point something million. 8.7 million. Tama po ba? Lalong-lalo na kung sa probinsya. And we have 30... Yung 32 ba ito? 32 safe houses. 34 acknowledgement receipt. Total amount of 16 million in 11 days.
Yes.
Di po ba kayo nagkakato? Sa amount?
Since safe house,
Kasi alam.
namin alam kung ilan yung safe house para ilang.
Kasi kanina sinabi po ninyo, one receipt is equivalent to one safe house. Tama po ba?
Pero kung ilan yung tao pinalagay mo, so yung mga yun, wala na.
Kaya pupunta po tayo dyan sa taong binabanggit po ninyo. Balik po tayo dyan sa accomplishment report. Doon po sa provision of medical and food aid. Pwede po ba provision of medical and food aid amounting to 42 million. Ay, 40 million. Amounting to 40 million. So that, dito po sa kaya po, yan. Dito po sa February 6 to March 29, 2023. Provision of medical and food aid in the amount of 42 million. Ito pong 42 million, ano po ang covered nito? 53 days. Tama po ba? From February 6 to March 29. Ilang days po ito? 53? Okay. So lumalabas po, that is equivalent to 840,000 per day, more or less. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sa isang araw po, gumagastos sila ng 840,000 para po sa pagkain at sa medicine. Ang tanong ko po, ilang informant po ba yung kanina binibigyan ng gamot at pagkain para makakonsume ka ng 840,000 sa isang araw? Kasi pagbaligay na po natin na 2,000 po ang isang sako. That is equivalent to 420 sacks of rice a day.
Mr. Chair, please document item 19.
119. 100. Ha? Lahat po yun may kumakain, syempre.
119 po na acknowledgement receipts siya. Pero wala pong details indicated kung
Informants ang
ilang
kanilang.
tao ang nalagyan po, Mr. Chair.
Kasi nakakalkulat na kasi sa 840,000. Parang grabe naman. Ang dami naman po pinakain nito in a day. At ang dami rin po nagkasakit. Nagkaroon po ba ng test dito sa lugar na ito para gano'n po kumastos ng medicine? So again, dito po sa Food and Medicine, safety DEPS. Ibig sabihin, safety po yung evidence na kanilang inilabas, which is yung acknowledgement receipt. Tama po ba? To justify ito pong purchase of medicine. Tama po ba? And safe format. Same format for the rentals and same format for the medicine and food.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So pare-parehas po. I will show you the Attorney Camora, since kayo po official na kuha ng intelligence and confidential fund of audit office, abisado nyo po more or less yung mga expenses items na kasama sa accomplishment report ng OBP. Tama po ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, to refresh your memory, I am showing the relevant portion of the accomplishment report indicating the expense items covered by the 125 million confidential fund. Pwede po ba paki-flash yung actual outcome ng accomplishment? Okay. Bilang parte po ng OWA, ICFAU, familiar po ba kayo sa DILG Memorandum Circular number 99-65? Revised guidelines relative to the utilization of funds for intelligence or confidential purposes.
Mr. Chair, isa po siya sa yung dating guideline.
Yan po yung dating guidelines. So kung mapapansin po natin, maliban na lang sa mga purchase of ammunition, pareho po at nagmamasyang item sa DILG Memorandum Circular at sa accomplishment amo ba? Bali yung template at copy ng expense items. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, alam niyo po ba na yung tinatawag na DEPS, ito po yung documentary evidence of payment or document evidencing payment. Yung DEP na ito ay makikita sa Joint Circular number 2015 0. DEP ay nagsisilbing requirement o supporting documents para sa utilization ng confidential fund. Tama po ba? Now, I am showing to you section 4.12 of the Joint Circular. Nakalagay po dito, disbursement from confidential fund shall be supported with documentary evidence of payment, among others, which shall be submitted to the ICFAU in a sealed envelope signed by SDO. So ito pong DEP ay hindi kasama sa requirement na nakasaad sa DILG Memorandum Circular. Tama po ba? Okay. Po, under sa DILG Memorandum evidence ng payment ay hindi nire-require na liquidation. Okay.
This is for LGUs.
LGUs, tama po ba? Okay. Now, please also confirm that DEPS only became a requirement under the Joint Circular number 2015-01.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In fact, ito pong DEP ay kasama sa mga items na nakapaloob sa certifications na ini-issue special disbursement. Issue na kinuha mismo sa joint. Okay. Now, dumako po tayo dun sa audit observation memo for the 2023.
Rent, safe houses. Wala.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Wala kayong ocular inspection.
Mr. Chair.
Wala kayo sa rules.
Wala po siya sa joint circular.
Wala yun.
Wala.
O baka naman ginagawa nyo lang yan. Respect to the position of the Vice President.
Mr. Chair, kung ano pa yung nasa joint circular, yun po sinusunod namin.
Ano yung nasa joint circular? Ano yung sinabit sa inyong accomplishment report? Or pakita ulit yung mga rentas. Hindi lamang kami nagbabasaya niya ng panggastos. At yan, acknowledgement receipt, kalagay 500,000. Kung sinapit niya, wala na kayong ginagawa ba? Kaniwalaan na lamang itong acknowledgement receipt nito. Ano po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Lahat naman po ng NGAs, ganun treatment po sa safe house. Considering yung nature nga po ng safe house, hindi na po namin, hindi rin po nila i-disclose sa amin, Mr. Chair.
Ang tinatakahan lang namin sa committee, how 500,000, for example, can be used for 11 days. At anong klaseng safe house ang nirent? For 11 days, nagkakahalaga ng at least 45,000 pesos a day. Diba, parang ano yun, parang kumon sa'yo. So yung lagay, parang malaki. Parang napakalaki. Kung iisipin natin talaga.
Malaki po siya, Mr. Chair, considering malaki po yung confidential fund itong agency.
Oh, yung confidential fund ang tinitingnan nyo, pero hindi nyo tinignan kung paano ginamit ang confidential fund na ito. Tinatanggap nyo lang kung ano nakalagay sa acknowledgement.
Basically,
So there's no way for us, there's no way for you to be able to really verify. Kasi meron may verification.
sa regular audit po.
Ha?
Sa regular audit po meron, pero sa Intel and Confidential Fund audit, wala po.
So there is no way for you to verify.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, kailangan siguro, Mr. Chair, revisit natin itong batas tungkol sa presidential fund and we will review and amend. Kasi nakikita ko na abuso. Again, kasi kung halimbawa nakakawala yan sa audit nito, tinatanggap na lang natin kung paano tumagastos yan. Nang hindi mo alam kung paano. We do not even know what happened to it. We do not even know how it is being used. We do not even know how big the property is. We do not even know how many square meters. We do not even know who the people are using it. And just imagine, kung 1 million po yan in a day, 11 days ginamit na, that's 90,000 pesos a day. Just imagine, 90,000 pesos a day. Ano ba, talo ba yata yung bakit na uubahan natin sa Force Park? We will speak of 90,000 pesos a day. Talking about, hindi nyo naisip kung gano'ng bagay. Basta, sabi nga ni Congressman Apo, book like and see. Tinanggap niya. Walang question.
Base lang po talaga kami sa requirements ng joint circular. And also, hindi naman po kasi lahat ng agencies may confidential funds.
Yun lang po talaga.
Base lang po talaga sa joint circular. And hindi lang naman po since joint na po, it's an effort po ng COA, PNP, ABM, GCG, and TNG.
Wala talaga tayo masyado makukuha pag yan. Merong joint circular na yun lang mga nakalagay. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to divert my interpellation. Major General Malasco. Okay, so we will keep way muna sa OBP. Pagkat muna yung OBP, so later on, we'll go to the Department of Education. Medyo yung mamaya na. Mamaya tayo kulang.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Last to interpolate sa issue ng OVP is Congressman Judicial. And then we will now proceed to the DepEd. First to interpolate is Congressman John Pimentel. The Chair would like to recognize Congressman Judicial for interpolation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Ma'am Kamora, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask some questions lang sa ating representative, si Attorney Carmora. I remember, Attorney, nung ilang beses na rin ako nakapagtanong sa iyo, you have always been cordial, respectful, and to the committee, and I believe that you're always prepared. At napakabait po ng demeanor niyo. Thank you for giving respect and answering the questions of the committee. I hope you can answer some of the observations of the sample representations, ma'am. Ma'am, na-notice ko lang po kasi, habang nag-check po ako ng documents, meron po tayo sa rental ng safe house. Narinig po kanina sa tanong ni Congressman Ako at ni Congressman Chairman Joel Chua na ma'am, tama po ba na mga acknowledgement receipts ang basis po ng COA sa pagsusuli nitong mga to sa rentals, ma'am?
Ito po sa OPP, Mr. Chair, is acknowledgement receipts.
Kasi nung narinig ko yung line of questioning ni Congressman Ako earlier, which I nakikita ko maganda yung line of questioning, trying to find answers, trying to dig deeper. Medyo nakikinto tayo because tama po ba dahil acknowledgement receipts lang ang basihan po natin?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sa inyo po ba, ma'am, wag na po bilang COA representative, wag po muna bilang abogado. On a personal note, kayo po, matagal na rin kayo sa COA, alam ko po lagi tayo pinagbabasihan ng mga bagay-bagay. Pero as a person, as an individual, with your years of experience, gano'n po ba kayo katagal sa COA?
8 years po, Mr. Chair.
8 years is substantial time, ma'am. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Siguro nakapag-develop na rin tayo ng, how do I say this, innate gut feel natin if there is something wrong or if things are regular in nature. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair,
Ma'am, just or speaking candidly, don't, just tell me yung personal lang natin, ma'am. Kasi tayo, in every endeavor natin sa career natin, develop personal nating pag-aaral, di ba hindi naman lahat nakabase lang sa dokumento. Kayo po ba sa personal, nakadevelop kayo ng somewhat, say natin, na innate panunulit nyo?
yes, Mr. Chair. Although as an auditor, parang less than 2 years pa lang po ako as an auditor sa COA. Mas,
Yes, ma'am. Opo, para lang mapabilis tayo, ma'am. Kasi ako, itong documents na nakita ko, ilang oras pa lang po na habang pinapakinggan ko lang pa si Congressman Ako at Congressman Joel Chua, ang ating chairman ng committee na to, meron na po akong na-observe na parang sa tingin ko, nakakapagtaka. For example, ma'am, if I may continue, Mr. Chair, tama, nung fourth quarter po ng 2022, ilan po ba yung ginamit para sa rental expenses?
For 2022 po, 16,000.
16,000 na.
16 million.
And it was spent for how many days po, ma'am?
For 11 days.
For 11 days. Some would say that it might be too much, but it's really hard to assess since it's just acknowledgement receipts of the act. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So, going to the line of questioning po, sa first quarter ng 2023 naman po, ma'am, magkano po ang nagastos for rental expenses?
For the first quarter, 16 million din po, Mr. Chair.
Pareho po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sa ano pong duration naman siya ginamit?
It's February 6 to March 29 po as a accomplishment report din.
So, matotal po, ilang araw po yun?
56 days.
56? Or more or less, no?
For
50-something days. As to compare to 11 days back in the fourth quarter. Tama po ba, ma'am?
yes, Mr. Chair.
Ayun, kasi parang, actually ma'am, yun ang po yung na-notice ko, na parang with the same amount, but with a different number of days. So, I understand na parang, yun po ba hindi suspicious sa inyo or regular naman po kaya yun sa tingin niyo?
Well, personally, I think that just considering na 11 days lang.
Hindi. Yes, ma'am. Pero nung sumunod na quarter, parang mas humaba na. Napagkasya naman yung same amount na sinasabi before, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So do we both agree na parang mas mura yata yung pagkakagastos nung sumunod na quarter?
Yes, Mr. Chair, considering
Mathematics lang eh, no? 11 days versus 53 days. Eh nung kayo second quarter naman ng 2023, ma'am, magkakano po ang nagamit?
60 million with Mr. Chair.
So it's the same amount every quarter. Tama po, ma'am? At least for the fourth quarter of 2022, for the first quarter of 2023, and for the quarter 2 of 2023, it's all the same amount po, ma'am.
Yes,
And may you repeat again the amount po?
16 million po, Mr. Chair.
Dito naman po sa second quarter ng 2023, gano'n po naman katagal ginamit?
66 days, Mr. Chair.
66, ma'am.
Yes, Mr.
So mas bumaba.
Yes, Mr.
Ma'am, if you may repeat nga, medyo nalilito ako maraming numero. Yung yung quarter 4 ng 2022, for 16 million, ilang pong araw ginamit?
For 2022, 11 days.
11 days. So, nung quarter 1 naman ng 2023, makikita dito, ilang araw po ulit, ma'am?
53 days.
53 days. So, with the same amount, mas marami ng araw ang paggamit.
Yes, Mr.
Nung sa quarter 2 of 2023, with the same amount of 16 million, ilang araw naman po ginamit? 66 ang sabi niyo po.
67 days.
67 days. So having said that, ma'am, sa personal po ninyong opinion, being an attorney in 2 years in the audit department of the Commission of Audit, hindi po, regular po ba yung gano'n? The same amount, but different number of days.
Well, personally, medyo steep pa po yung lalo na po yung sa 2022 is 11 days na po.
Na 16 million.
Compared po dun sa 2022 na almost
Ma'am, ano po bang basihan niyo dito sa lahat ito? Bukod po sa acknowledgement receipt, meron po ba kayong breakdown ng mga paggamit ng pondo na ito?
sa accomplishment report, Mr. Chair. Yung accomplishment report yung report nila.
But did it say po, ma'am, kung saan ginamit, anong klaseng facility ba ito?
No information.
Wala pong information. So, very fair po.
Yes.
Based on the observation of this humble representation, Mr. Chair, parang I agree with you and Congressman Akop that there has to be a new law that we have to make, to be able to check so that we can protect better the funds of the people. Your Honor, ito po, if I may, meron po akong konting oras. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quarter 3 naman po, ma'am, ng 2023, magkakano po ang nagamit para sa rental? If I may repeat, Mr. Chair, it's quarter 3 of 2023.
It was 5 million po.
Ma'am, pakilakas po.
5 million po, Mr. Chair.
5 million.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Parang malayo po doon sa mga nakaraang quarter.
Mr. Chair, yes.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Mama, 16 million fourth quarter of 2022, 16 million quarter 1 of 2023, another 16 million of quarter 2 of 2023, tapos ng quarter 3 of the same year, biglang nag-drop po ng 5 million. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Para sa ilang araw naman po nagamit yung 5 million na yan? Yung durations po.
79 days.
Sorry po?
79.
79?
Yes po.
So, mahigit 2 buwan.
Yes.
Hindi po ba na parang nakakapagtaka na 5 million na pagkasya sa 79 days? Tapos, medyo extreme kumpara sa quarter 4 ng 2022 na 16 million for 11 days.
Pwede po, ganun sir, na extremely malaki yung gastos ng 2022.
Parang malaki yung discrepancy.
Yes,
So, I think any person could simply or easily deduce a question na kung napagkasya yung 5 million for 79 days ng quarter 3 in the year 2023, bakit kailangan gumastos ng 16 billion for 11 days sa quarter 4 ng 2022? Yun yung tinatanong ko kanina, ma'am, na bilang parte ng Commission on Audit at isang attorney, abogado, na 8 years na rin po kayo sa Commission, yung para bang hindi tayo dapat maging ministerial lang. I do understand that we base everything based on documents. Being a lawyer, I'm sure that's how you process everything. Pero, gaya ng sinabi ni Congressman Acop na bilang tagapagbantay ng pondo ng taong bayan, siyempre naroon din naman yung pagkakataon na may gut feel tayo. Na siguro, apart from each document na nakikita natin, if we see something out of the ordinary, like what we are mentioning now, maybe we can, I don't know if we can do something about it. Or siguro it is imperative nga, that's the reason why importante itong committee ng Blue Ribbon is to in aid of legislation. So we can craft laws, Your Honor, so that things like this that won't happen again. That at least OWA will be able to dig deeper apart from just acknowledgement receipts. No, kasi later your hands are tied, you're basing it on documents. Tama po, ma'am, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero pasensya na po, if I may ask, on a personal level, medyo meron ba kayong nafe-feel na irregularity?
Siguro sa medyo state lalo na po yung
You do agree na medyo meron parang oh, Your Honor, just if I may have one last minute, tataka lang po kasi ako based on documents. Meron kasi dito ang quarter 4, 2022, quarter 1 to quarter 3 ng 2023. Parang wala po ako nakikita quarter 4, fourth quarter ng 2024. Ilan po ba ang nagamit naman doon sa period na yun?
Mr. Chair, wala po silang liquidation for fourth quarter ng 2023.
Fourth quarter ng 2023, wala na po.
Mr. Chair.
Bakit po kaya?
Based sa ETL po, wala po yata cash advance ng fourth quarter.
So in short, ma'am, would it be accurate to say na wala pong ginamit na rental noong fourth quarter of the year 2023?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And every lahat po, the remaining na confidential fund, hindi na nila nagamit.
Hindi na nagamit.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So another question can be raised na ano po kaya yung programa na pinaggamitan kung bakit bigla na lang ng fourth quarter hindi na kailangan ng funding doon. Yun yung parang pwedeng mag-isip ng simpleng tao na bakit biglang nawala na lang yung funding na hindi na lang biglang kinailangan. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Tama naman po, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Again, Mr. Chair, thank you po, ma'am, for always being cordial and putting a smile in this committee. Mr. Chair, yun lamang po, if I may reiterate, pasensya na po that I took a little bit of time of this committee. Yun lang po talagang na-notice ko na medyo malaking discrepancy na noong fourth quarter of 2022, 16 million for 11 days. Tapos noong third quarter, naging 5 million for 79 days. We cannot dig deeper. That's why in aid of legislation, we really have to craft laws for us to be able to dig deeper na hindi na po maulit. At least may kasagutan na po sa susunod ang POA sa atin. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chair, and marami pong salamat sa inyo.
Thank you, Congressman Ernest Judicial.
Chair,
Congressman Acop.
before we leave the budget of the OPP, can I ask a few clarificatory questions?
Yes, with the indulgence of Congressman Johnny Pimentel, Congressman Acop is recognized by the chair.
Mr. Chair, Madam Camora, binasa ko po lahat yung debit or acknowledgement receipts. There's no duration. Hindi po sinasabi dito dito, acknowledgement receipt na ito na yung, for example, December 31, 2020, 500,000. Walang duration. So, how do you interpret this? Is this for 1 day or for 11 days?
Could be interpreted po na
Tinatanong ko po siya, how did you interpret it?
Since meron naman sila hindi na po namin, as long as it is within the period of the cash advance.
Paano po yung 500,000 ang date is 31 December 2022 at saka may undated acknowledgement receipt 250,000. Paano nyo in-interpret mo na ito, Madam Pawa?
Usually po, Mr. Chair, titignan lang namin as long as it is within the period ng cash advance.
Yes, but how do you interpret, for example, last December 21, 2022, 3 acknowledgement receipts were given, right? In the amount, totally the amount of 1.1 million. I can interpret it that it's payment for the same house for 1 day, not for 11 days. Why? Kasi paano yung date na acknowledgement receipt on December 31, 2022? Is it for 11 days also or for 1 day?
It is possible that it's for 1 day only.
1 day.
It is possible.
Tapos ang chain house is worth 500,000 pesos per day.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano po ang klaseng chain house yun? Kaya yun po yung sinasabi namin dito na hindi po kapani-paniwala yung mga documentary evidence of payment. Hindi ba? Talaga bang acknowledgement receipt, for example, for the payment of rentals, hindi nakalagay ito yung duration? Wala po?
Wala po, Mr. Chair. Based dun sa tsura na kanina, Mr. Chair, wala po duration.
Ilan po ba yung taga-COA na nandito? Ilan po kayo mga taga-COA? So, may I ask those members of COA, nakita niyo na po yung pagtatanong ni Chairman, pagtatanong ni Congressman Judicial. Don't you find anything wrong with that joint circular? Pwede ko bang makuha yung kasagutan? Wala po kayong nakikita mali sa joint circular na yan.
Sino po yung pinaka-head ng COA? Pinaka-mataas po rin kayo? Maybe could you please introduce yourself, ma'am?
Your Honor, good afternoon, everyone. May I be recognized? I am Director Sophia Ilmora of Cluster 1.
Director?
4.
Okay. Ma'am, nakapag-vote po ba kayo?
Yes, sir. The last time we were here, the last
During the last series?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Sige, you may continue, ma'am.
Alam po po, Madam, I would like to repeat it. Sa pagtatanong namin dito sa hearing na ito, pwede ko po bang malaman kung wala po kayong nakikitang diferensya doon po sa joint circular insofar as the liquidation of confidential funds is concerned?
Your Honor, I would say that the fact that my jurisdiction is on a regular audit, so of course you know that there are so many rules on those auditing rules when it comes to our regular audit, and for that confidential funds, we are bound by the joint circular. So,
Madam, let me come to there. Kasi ito na po yung last na, ako na po yung last na magtatanong ko po sa confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President. Ang tanong ko po ay, after hearing, narinig niyo na po lahat ng katanungan at kasagutan niya doon ang oras sa aming mga katanungan. Don't you find anything wrong with that joint circular? Insofar as the liquidation of confidential funds is concerned. Walang mali, walang diferensya. Ang tanong ko lang po naman is answerable by yes or no. Bakit hirap na hirap po kayong sumagot sa amin ng yes or no?
Your Honor, with due respect, of course, with all your inputs here, even during the last hearing, so it would appear that when we should have looked into the details, which it is we do it in a regular on a regular audit. The fact that we have said that how many there is reasonableness of the payment for the safe houses provided by the Office of the President with regards to the confidential fund. So if we may relate that to looking into the details on to substantiate these expenses charged to the confidential fund. Of course, in my opinion, as an auditor for the regular audit and all of your questioning earlier and even in the last hearing, I would say, of course, that the joint circular should be revisited and all the inputs here should be reflected in the joint circular, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. You have satisfied my question. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat din po
Thank you.
for this opportunity.
Ma'am, I understand that you're not the only one. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. The fact that it's a joint circular, it's crafted together with the ILG, the Governance Commission for GOCCs, the National Defense, the DBM, and of course the Commission on Audit.
So maybe you could also give inputs to the other departments who are together with your commission to revisit the joint circular.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you po. Yes, we will now proceed to the interpellation to the Department of Education. But before we proceed, the Chair would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Rolando Valeriano of the 2nd District of Manila, the Honorable Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez of One Driver Party List. Okay, we will now proceed. The first to interpolate, the Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Johnny Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My interpretation will focus on the implementation of infrastructure projects in the Fed. I would like to direct my questions to Mr. Pimanco Dixie. Mr. Dixie, are you still connected with the Fed?
Yes, Mr. Pimanco.
I left the
Dixie, you are recognized.
September 30, Your Honor.
September 30, 2024. Bakit po kayo umalis sa DepEd, Mr. Dixie?
With the intention of running for public office, Your Honor.
Hindi ba kayo tinanggal sa DepEd?
Highly.
Because from what I gathered, you were made to submit for discrepancy.
Opo, ahead.
You did. And your officer was accepted.
Tama po yun.
It was short of saying, a conscious way of saying that you are out of DepEd. Actually, from the information that I got, may pa-iusap pa, pertain to sa DepEd.
Ano?
The administration did not. But anyway,
Your Excellency, may I remind you to please address the chair.
I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
anyway, that's another matter. Kailan po kayo na appoint sa DepEd, Mr. Dinsing?
Effective, yung document is July 18, 2022. And I acted as Chief of Staff until December 2020.
July 18, 2022 to September 30, 2024. So, yung first appointment mo, pagpasok mo sa DepEd, anong binigay na position sa'yo?
Until December 31, Chief of Staff ko na po ako. Dahil na-arrange pa yung mga bagong points. I was the first appointee at the time, Your Honor.
No, when you entered July 18, were you appointed as Chief of Staff, Undersecretary?
Undersecretary, Chief of Staff, yes.
Undersecretary.
Chief of Staff, yes.
Undersecretary for what?
Chief of Staff.
So concurrent doon, Undersecretary and Chief of Staff.
Tama po. That was the first
You
position.
served then as Chief of Staff of Vice President.
Tama po yun. As of December 31.
So sabay kayo pumasok.
Ahead lang ba siya? By July 1 po siya o by July 18 po siya.
Aside from the DepEd portfolio, ano pang government service na napasukan?
Prior to DepEd, I was DALG Undersecretary.
What year?
From 2018 to 2022, and I entered DALG as Secretary for Plans and Programs from 2016 to 2018.
Prior to the LG, what when?
I was from the private sector, Your Honor.
So in short, as a government public servant, you only serve as the LG under the Assistant Secretary and DepEd under Secretary.
Tama po yun, 8 years in total.
Aside from being the Chief of Staff, ano pa bang ang designation sa inyo?
The first 6 months po, ng office yun lang po. Then when the Matatag agenda was formulated, the four reform areas included infrastructure. So by January 31, during the basic education report, I was announced to take care of the infrastructure strand, newly created, Your Honor.
So what does that cover? You were in charge of the school infrastructure and facilities.
Tama po yun.
Is this a division or department? Or the program? Ano bang ibig sabihin ito?
It's a strand, Your Honor, like the curriculum and teaching strand, like the administration strand. So it's a position, Your Honor.
So what covers? Anong mandato mo dito sa school infrastructure facilities?
It's to create policy on how infrastructure should be made, creating the long-term strategic direction of the comprehensive school infrastructure development plan for 2030. Then coordination with DPWH, because the implementer of the new construction of DepEd is DPWH, not DepEd.
Were you involved in the procurement of the school buildings?
No, Your Honor.
But you were in charge of the allocation of the budget on school buildings.
The identification, Your Honor, we have a committee to do that.
And ikaw ang in charge doon sa identification.
Ako in charge, pero sabihin, I had a committee created for the identification.
Okay, ano ba ang mga programs sa school infrastructure?
So it includes, Your Honor, new construction, implemented by the DPWH. Then we have the school furnitures, implemented by the regional offices. And we have the last mile school, electrification, water systems, implemented by the division offices.
So if you started in 2022, in short, you handled the budget for 2023 and also for 2024, ba?
For the 2023 po, hindi po. The school buildings was under the administration strand. So I only took over 2020.
What was the budget? What was the budget of the 2023 school building program?
The original budget was 5.9 billion. Yun po ang nasa net. And
That was for 2023.
23 po. Ito yung i-explain yung original po, 5.9 billion sa net. It was only limited to 5th and 6th class municipality. Then, pagdating po ng, paglabas po ng JA, nagdagdagan po ng 9.7 billion. So, a total of 15.6 billion, 2023 JA.
For 2024,
2024, sa net po is 19.7. By when that JA came out, it became 24.7 billion.
so i-cover din ng SIF yung basic education facilities programs, hindi po ba?
Opo, ano?
So under din sa iyo yun,
Ang alin po yung,
yung BESL, the
Apa.
basic education.
when you say BFF, that's the total infrastructure program.
But there's a discrepancy. Sabi mo kanina, 19.7 billion ang
Net.
allocated.
Net.
But it states here that in the 2023 GAA, the amount of 23,470,897 pesos was appropriated in the GAA for 2023.
Your Honor, that's BFF, so that includes new construction, which is 15.6 billion, my electrification, my water system, my repairs, around 4.9 billion, and I think last five schools, so total of 23 billion.
So you were the one in charge for the identification.
Tama po yun.
Aside from the identification, ano po ba ang mandato mo as an undersecretary? What exactly is your designation? Undersecretary for what?
Undersecretary.
For administration.
Starting 2023, Undersecretary for School Infrastructure and Facilities, starting 2023.
So, sakop mo nga lahat ng mga school building.
Tama po, tama po.
So, you're the ones who decided sinong bibigyan ng school building. Kasi sabi mo kanina, ikaw ang nag-identify. So, you were the ones, kasi ang proseso po niyan, nagpapadala yung mga school superintendent division or other schools division in each district or in each province. They have proposals for the repair, for reconstruction, and it goes to your office. And then ikaw ang nag-identify sino pupuntuan. Then hindi mo pwedeng puntahan na, hindi po ba?
Tama po, tama po. Pero for this purpose, Your Honor, I made sure that it is equitably allocated. That's why in August 4, 2023, we created a National Technical Working Group composed of 4 area managers, members of Education Facilities Division, meron operations strand outside there's a SIF strand para ho fair ang allocation and based on needs. And there's a criteria. The criteria is 70% should be allocated to those which are in classroom from the very beginning, and 30% allocated dun sa may shortage, kagaya ng 2 shifts, 3 shifts, ipo shortage po yun. So nakafocus po yun.
Meron committee na nag-decide
Tama po yun.
kung sinong bibigyan ng allocation
Opo.
based on the proposed list of the divisions.
Tama po. We assume na validate.
Ikaw talaga ang nag-decide kung sino binibigyan.
Once na nagawa na ng listahan ng yung committee, I just accept that list because I assume that they follow the criteria that we set.
But I think you're the one who's really deciding because if I recall, during the budget hearing, Mr. Chair, for 2023, pinadala po ni Mr. Dixie during the party consultations, pinadala ng DepEd during the party consultations. If you remember, for every budget hearing, before the pre-plenary budget hearing, may pinapadala po ng mga representative, in most cases is the secretary. I recall in 2023, during the budget deliberation, kayong pinadala na regarding sa municipal building.
Tama po yun. I remember, that was I think 3rd week of August 21 or 22. Tapos at that time, tapos na po yung listahan na ginawa ng National Technical Working Group. I think the list was supposed to be around 15.1 billion. Yun po ang pinresent namin sa consultation.
So in short, you really have a big role. You have a big role in identifying and allocating funds for the different divisions with regards to school buildings. Hindi po ba?
Tama po. Tama po.
Ngayon, ang tanong ko, in the 2024 budget, or the National Expenditure Program, there was an allocation for Surigao del Sur, in fact, 2 districts. One in the amount of 103 million pesos for, if I'm not mistaken, Tagina National High School, and another 70 million pesos for Barobol National High School. But unfortunately, in fact, there was already a notice from DepEd to DPWH to conduct the biddings already. However, all of a sudden, the biddings were stopped because accordingly, the funds are not available. Paano po nangyari yun, Mr. Chair? Na nakalagay na nga doon sa National Expenditure Programs, pagdating doon sa 2024, nawala yung budget.
Ang nangyari po noon, Mr. Chair, sabi ko nga, meron na identify na 15.1 billion National Technical Working Group, which we adopted as is. Yun po ang pinesent namin sa mga ating congressman.
But Mr. Chair, it was already included in the net. Ano mawawala yun?
Ang nangyari po, Mr. Chair, ganito, nung paglabas po ng General Appropriations Bill, yung 19.7, 4.7 billion, pero yung 14.7 billion nagkaroon po ng Annex A. In other words, these are the projects identified by the various congressmen. So, yung aming 15.1 nawala. So, since nawala siya, ang una namin ginawa, yung lahat ng may malalaking allocation ng 100 billion pataas, yun ang una namin kinat para ma-allocate sa mga maliliit. So, yung aming 15.1 at the time naging 5.8 billion na lamang, yung po na gusto.
So, Mr. Chair, in short, you took it upon yourself to cut the budget without notifying the congressmen. Sabi ko kanina, may mga identification ng congressmen. You took it upon yourself, being the head of the SIF, to cut the budgets of the different proposed school buildings. Ganun ba?
And that was because there's no more budget in the General Appropriations Bill. We have to cut that everybody goes to allocate.
Mr. Chair, kung anong puputulin, anong tatanggalin doon, anong bibigyan.
Well, ang decision lang muna is tanggalin yung mga malalaki, which is mga 100 million pataas, 80 million pataas. Because Mr. Chair, as I already mentioned, the policy was really to go multi-story. Kasi wala na pong buildable space, kaya medyo malalaki po yung ating building ngayon to maximize buildable space. So, yun po ang nauna. Yung mga 100 million pataas, 80 million pataas. Yung natira mga 50, 40 million. Two-story, three-story.
Yung multi-story, tinanggalin mo sa district ko. Mr. Chair, yun ang tinanggalin mo.
Well,
And not only that, there was also a 200 million peso project in District 1 na tinanggalan nyo.
hindi ako familiar in detail, but I don't remember there's a 200 million school building in any school for that matter.
You know what, Mr. Chair, I'll give an explanation bakit hindi tinanggalan. You know a certain Mr. Greg Murillo?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sabi ko kanina, Mr. Chair, 380 million pesos was already included in the National Expenditure Program. But upon bidding, it was recalled. But prior to the Murillo, who's a close friend, told me, at itong sinabi niya, kamusta po kayo, Congressman? Sabi ko po naman, Congressman, meron po lang kayong budget na 170 million pesos para sa district mo. Sabi ko yun nga, naka-schedule na for bidding. In fact, binibidding na yata. Sir, pwede daw muna mag-usap daw muna kayo ni Mr. Tinsing. Those exactly the words of him, pwede tayo magharap-harap tayo. Baka naman pwede makapagkita ka kay Mr. Tinsing. And sabi ko, para saan? Meron naman, may pag-uusapan kayo. Right there and then, I already knew anong pag-uusapan. Mr. ng komisyon. So, I told Mr. Greg Murillo, that is your good friend. Sinabi ko doon kay Mr. Murillo, why will I give money to Mr. Tinsing when this is already been allocated in the National Expenditure Program? So, I did not entertain that anymore. And Mr. Chair, lo and behold, the funds did not come through. Kinasin the bidding, and then nawala na nga because they did not come across to the request of Mr. Tingsing na humingi siya ng solusyon. Not only that, Mr. Tingsing, hindi lang akong biktima niyan. Marami pong mga Congress for the record, I want to put it in record, marami congressmen na nagsabi din sa akin that you approach them. In fact, there is one congressman in Visayas that you were asking for 18% commission of the school buildings. Kasi ikaw nga ang nagdidesisyon kung sino ang bibigyan, sino ang tatanggalan. You just said kanina na ikaw ang nagdidesisyon kung sino ang tatanggalan, sino ang bibigyan. Not only that, sometime last year or probably within this year, you met with some of the congressmen in Manila. You already talked to them. Kumarap pa doon, may kasama ka pang contractor. You know a certain architect Mark Exxon?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes. Yung po ang kasama mo nung kumarap ka sa congressmen sa Manila. And just to say, you were implying, you were asking for a commission, hindi lang yun, sinabi mo pa na yung contractor mong gagawa, itong si Mr. Architect Exxon. And that is the reason why, Mr. Chair, tinanggal si Mr. Tingsing sa head. He did not resign. I knew from the very beginning that he would be taken out because there were already anomalies in the distribution, in the allocation of school buildings program. In fact, Mr. Chair, nung patalis niya sa DepEd, may isa pang inipit na 34 million pesos sa District Central Elementary School, which is in my district. Now, I'm not mentioning for the name. One official, the new administration sa DepEd, called me. Anong sabi sa akin, Mr. Tennessee? Kung meron ka bang project na 34 million sa District Central Elementary? Sabi ko meron. Ano, nakabigin na? Hindi, i-stop na eh. Sir, ito, ilalabas mo namin, inipit ko Mr. Tennessee. And that is the reason why, Mr. Chair, this person was taken out of DepEd because of his anomalous practices in DepEd. Yung po ang katotohanan yan. Nakiusap ka pa na ma-retain ka, pero hindi nang tinanggap ni Senator Sani Angara. And that's good for DepEd because you have been doing the rounds para ka nang nagbibenta ng isla. Inaalap mo sa lahat ng congressmen ang allocation ng school buildings asking for a commission.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please.
Well, first of all, it's a blatant lie asking for commission. And it's the very reason I'm process-oriented.
Sasabihin mo, Mr.
Process-oriented po,
ang
Mr.
mga
Chair.
congressmen, gusto mo mag-executive session tayo, ipapakita ko sa iyo mga congressmen.
Wala akong nakuusap. Yung sa Manila nyo, I was never with Architect Exxon.
Order, please. 1 minute suspension is declared by the chair.
Ako. Telegram. Ang telegram mo? Sa telegram ng clearing. Message lang kita mamaya. Kasi ba na yata telegram ko?
Hearing resumes.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Johnny Vilite.
it will be useless for this presentation to ask further questions to the resource person because he's a pathological liar. What I will do, Mr. Chair, is gather more evidences to prove that what I am saying is true. That Mr. Pimaco Densing is a very corrupt person, which is a talawag in the public service. He has been asking commissions for the release of funds for the school buildings. Ay papatunayan ko po yan sa next hearing, I'll gather more information. Ito pa lang sasabihin ko sa iyo, Mr. Densing. Dapat huwag ka nang bumalik sa gobyerno. The government does not need your kind. You are a very corrupt person making your position to your advantage. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will now proceed to the next interpolator. The Honorable Senior Deputy Speaker, Congressman Tom Gonzales.
Nung mga tayong tubig, medyo... Anyway, magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. Nakita ko lang po itong mga dokumento. Dito ba si Yusek Sevilla? Hi ma'am, good morning po, good afternoon po. So, pangilang sekretary nila po sa dito. Ilang taon na po kayo sa DEPS?
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. I've been with the Department of Education for more than 8 years, and I have served for 3 secretaries already.
So, who are those 3 secretaries, ma'am?
Your Honor, the first one is Secretary Lily Leones. The second one is BD Sara Duterte, and recent ngayon is Secretary Sanya Badra.
So, are you the USEC for Finance? Ma'am?
Yes, that's true.
So, bilang Undersecretary for Finance, so, sir, you're one of the drafting of the budget of the Department of Education at tumutulong po kayo sa fiscal year na dumarating. So, tama po yun, USEC?
Yes, Your Honor. That's true.
Well, nakita ko lang po dito, Madam USEC, kung maaari po, kanino po kayo nagkikipag-coordinate pag pinili pa?
Your Honor, for the budget proposal, una po natin, ini-day is the budget call of the Department of Budget and Management. So, i-issues na priorities, programs ng ating national government. And kasama lang po din yung mga benefits, forms, conditions, criteria. And then, yun po ay nagawin natin internally sa DepEd para ma-orient po lahat ng bisina natin na ito yung magiging task or yung direction ng national government. So, within DepEd, nakipag-coordinate po kami sa police or undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, regional directors, para po pagkagawa tayo ng budget proposal ito po yung talagang galing doon sa pangangailangan ng police.
And proposing amount per line item. Of course, give the basis expenditure of the preceding fiscal year. Yun po ang palakad ng ating department.
Kasama po sa budget po ng Department of Budget and Management yung tinatawag na Tier 1. Tier 1, ibig sabihin, to continue yung operation na lagi po kailangan ng ahensya. So Tier 1 po yung mga regular programs. Tama po.
Madam Yusek, during the preparation of your budget, for example, so to speak, this fiscal year 2023, did you propose a line item on Computerization funds?
For 2023, we submitted in 2022. Ang submission po natin officially is May of 2022. So, wala po doon sa proposal namin ng Computerization.
Kailan po yun na ipasok yung
Your Honor, technically, submitted na po yung proposal ng 2023 by May. And then, pagdating ng July, August, may bagong administration. So, ang PPM po ay sumulat sa atin to confirm yung proposal na sinabit namin. Now, nung po sinabit namin yung proposal for 2023 in August, wala naman po nakalagay na bigyan confidential fund sa proposal. Pero, nung lumabas po yung NEP, National Expenditure Program, meron lang po nakalagay po na confidential expense sa 100 billion.
So you say, do you confirm that this was the first time that they had proposed an item of Computerization funds?
Yes, Your Honor. First time po sa Department of Education.
So kailan po yung naipasok? Was it
National Expenditure Program, NEP 2023.
So how the amount determined? Paano i-determine yan? Paano dito nilalagay sa line item? Did you enter in the budget of that head? And then, what's the cost of this insertion? Ano ang formula to put it as a line item of this head?
Respectfully, Your Honor, I would like to defer to PDM, the Department of Budget and Management. Kasi pasok ng line item na confidential funds sa NEP.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I know that this point has been repeated over and over again, but I invite everyone to another angle here. The amount of contribution funds that the DepEd would have used to have been arbitrarily set in the period that it was arbitrarily set by the former Secretary of the Vice President. Ma'am, as a USEC provider, what was your involvement with respect to the confidential funds of the Department of Education?
When it was already, Your Honor, when it was already included in the GEA of 2023, our role will be to process and release the fund in compliance with the joint circular on the confidential fund.
So in your recollection, ma'am, in the year 2023, how many checks did you sign for the confidential fund?
Per the provision of the joint circular, allowed po kami na mag-issue ng cash advance for 3 months. So per quarter. At tatlo po yung check na na-issue po namin for the first, second, and third quarters of 2023.
Meaning to say 12 months divided by 4, that is equivalent to 3 months. Tatlong take 37.5 yung issue.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, ilang signatories po sa cheque ang pumipirma? Pag yung cheque for the CF?
The same with regular funds po, ang template ng ating cheque ay dalawa ang magsasign. Sa Department of Education, meron po tayo sa any authority. Kapag po 10 million And below, ako po at saka yung aming accountant or the finance director. Pag 10 million and up po, ako po or any other undersecretary can sign the check.
Tama po ba na kasama si Yusek Mercado sa Procurement?
Yes, Your Honor. Siya po yung co-signatory doon sa tatlong check po for the confidential.
Thank you po. Isa-isa lang po natin itong mga check. Ito yung check na pinirmahan po ni Yusek Mercado sa first quarter ng 2023. Tama pa ito yung unang 37.5 million ng confidential funds. At ito ay na-issue sa pangalan ni Mr. Edward Paharda. Tama po ba? Nasa screen po yata. Tama po ba, Madam Yusek?
February 20, 2023, opo, sa pangalan po ng Special Dispersing Officer Edward Paharda.
So that was February 20, 2023. Ang check na ito ay may corresponding disbursement voucher. Tama?
Meron po, Your Honor.
At ikaw rin ang signatory ng disbursement voucher nito. Tama ba, ma'am?
Sa disbursement voucher po, marami po nakasign. Yung po nagre-request, ang una. Susunod po yung accountant para sabihin na kompleto yung supporting documents sa LGUs na babayaran or disburse. At pangatlo po ako, yung approval po, dahil sa level po yung 27.5.
So meaning talagang dadaan po yan sa accounting.
Yes po.
Ang check na ito ay corresponding disbursement voucher. At ito rin ang mga signatory sa disbursement voucher. At ito ay nagkakalaman ng presyo ng 37.5 billion. Tama ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Yusek, I'm a little confused. I don't see where this disbursement voucher states na para sa confidential fund, ang nakalagay po dito ay MOOE, which means maintenance and other operating expenses. Na para po ba sa kaalaman ng ating mga kababayan ay category of expenditures relating to operations of government agencies such as expenses for supplies and materials, transportation and travel, utilities related po ito sa regular funds o hindi sa confidential funds. Tama po.
Your Honor, yung pong disbursement voucher ay ginagawa ng mga end user or ang ibig sabihin kung sino po yung magre-request ng pa-issue ng check. So yung pong particulars dito would be supplied by the end user. But nakita naman po namin when it went to the account, kahit hindi po nakalagay ng confidential fund, nakalagay naman po doon yung reference ng kung nasaan yung confidential fund. For example, Your Honor, makikita po dito sa third line, under page 376 of RA 1196, yun po yung JA 2023. Saka yung section 85 ng general provision. Pag tinignan po yun, nakalagay po doon, confidential fund.
Can you please define the Fund 101, Fund 108, 102, and Fund 101?
Fund 101 are funds for the regular operation of the department. So, ibig sabihin ito po yung pondo na pwede natin gamitin para sa regular operation ng programa ng agency. Yung Fund 102 po ay foreign assisted project. So, pag meron po mga loans or proceeds na nanggaling sa mga bilateral o multilateral sources, ito yung 102. Meron din po class receipts. Ito po yung 151 o 152. Ito po yung classification.
So meaning to say yung ginawa natin voucher is under Fund 101.
Yes, sir. Opo. This is Fund 101.
Yusek, ito kung nakapase sa Fund 101, PCC Confidential Fund. Kung process, may sasabi mo sa'yo, Yusek, sa India, please prepare the voucher and ilagay mo ang payable natin kay Mr. Paharda, Edward Paharda. Paano yung ba nag-emanate ng voucher? How did it start? May nagbibigay ng instruction from Abel Yusek or sa secretary mismo?
For the confidential fund, talaga po ang sinusunod namin yung joint circular. Nakalagay din po sa joint circular yung steps kung paano lalabas yung pera or disperse yung pera. So magsisimula po your honor on the identification of the SO or the Special Disbursement Officer. So meron po dapat na pirmado, authorized for the agency, and siya yung ina-identify na Special Disbursement Officer. So we were informed of that through a memo. Second is, kailangan po naka-banded or mag-apply ng fidelity bond ng ating Special Disbursement Officer. So meron din po application, yung STO, at ang punto ng Bureau of Treasury, yung susunod na hanapin namin. And then susunod po would be application request. Ibig sabihin magpapa-complete siya, magpapa-release, and then ito po disbursement voucher. So lahat po yun would be signed by the head of the agency as indicated po sa ating agency.
Tama. I agree that gagawin nyo yan, si Mr. Edward Paharda, nakapangalan sa pay, pero kayo nagpapa-approve, and of course signed by the Secretary, and of course the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Sara Duterte, Vice President Sara Duterte. So, pagkatapos po dito ma-approve, si Mr. Edward Paharda ho ba ang nag-claim sa cashier to get a check?
I think, Your Honor, po magbabalik po natin sa disbursement voucher, if I may request, Your Honor. You can see that at the bottom, sa bottom po niyan, meron pong receipt of payment. Ayun po, receipt of
Sino ang nakatanggap? Kayo signature lang po yan.
kay Sir Edward Paharda po yan. Kailangan niya i-sign na natanggap po niya yung check.
So siya ang nakatanggap ng cheque. And then si Mr. Paharda, pagkatanggap ng cheque, hindi siya mag-issue ng resibo.
Hindi na po, Your Honor. Kasi ito na po yung proof na natanggap niya yung cheque as cash advance. Tapos kapag na cheque, siya na po magpapa-cash po.
Mr. Paharda, siya ang SDO natin. Siya ang Special Disbursement Officer natin.
Your Honor, siya po ang authorized SDO.
Okay. And then Mr. Paharda, pagkakuha ng cheque, dadalhin niya yung cheque sa land bank. Land bank check po yan, di ba?
Opo, but ang finance po kasi magtatapos na po sa disbursement voucher pag nakuha na po yung cheque, pupunta na po ito sa cash.
Kaya nga, ang tinatanong ko yung cashier, kung anong checking gagamitin niya. Kung gagamitin ng DBP, land bank, dalawa po yan, di ba? Land bank po siguro yan. Anong checking po niya?
Opo, land bank check po kami, yung pang account natin.
So, meaning to say, land bank po yung ginamit for 37.5. But yung 37.5 yun, dadalhin ni Mr. Paharda sa land bank. So, paano ba niya kung pinaka-incas ito eh? Binibigay siyempre cash yan, maka-incas yung check sa counter ng land bank. Ibibigay niya yan, cash din ba?
Yes, Your
Ano yung check?
Honor.
Sorry.
Opo, yes, Your Honor. The records will show under the cash division na ito rin po ay na-cash.
So, wala rin cash? So, andyan mo ba si Mr. Paharda? Si Mr. Paharda? Si Mr. Edward Paharda, nandun mo ba? Present. Hindi ba tayo nagdala ng invitation po kayo?
Your Honor, invitation was sent. We also issued the subpoena at the state capital to compel sa Peter's the next hearing.
Kasi siya makakasagot sa tanong ko eh. Pagkalimbawa na pinalingkas yung cheque, siyempre tatanggapin yung 37.5 ang pirma ng bangko. Medyo mabigat-bigat mo ito, 37.5 billion, kailangan makasama siya. At I went in that building already, how many times, wala naman elevator yung DepEd officer, di ba? Ang dala lang po, di ba? Wala naman elevator. So, paano yung pinakarga yung 37.5 billion sa dinadala? May office mo ba sa DepEd si Mr. Paharda?
Opo, may sila po siya, executive assistant po siya under the office of the secretary. I wouldn't know po the circumstances after po na-issuance ng check ng balance. Police po, di ba, confirm o masasagot kung paano po na-encash yung
So, medyo mabigat-bigat po ito. Tatlong beses kayo nag-issue ng 37.5 at tatlong cheque, tatlong beses niya kinargaan yung 37.5 million from that bank, from his office. In DepEd, dumadaan siya na kanila. Tama po ba?
Your Honor,
Hindi niyo makonfirm
hindi
yung
ko
sinasabi.
ma-confirm, Your Honor, po. Pasensya na.
But anyway, at least po, itong tatlong cheque, tatlong voucher, signed by the Secretary, signed by the two USECs, yung voucher at pinirmahan po itong cheque, ay katunayan po at natanggap po itong 37.5 times 3, that is equivalent to 112.5 million total ang natanggap na tatlong cheque ni Mr. Parlo. So, Madam Sibilia, sa pagkaintindi ko, sa sort of program being done in confidential funds and the difference before was that the military that was administering the program. Am I correct? Ang military po ang binibigay ni Mr. Parda sa mga military para sa mga programa. Hindi.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, I have no knowledge of the utilization of the fund kasi hindi po talaga kasama na ang kaya sa pag-utilize. In fact, pati po yung liquidation at sa reporting, hindi po yan pupunta sa DepEd. Wala pong record na makikita sa accounting or budget o the utilization or liquidation. Ang bibigay po sa amin para makuha yung susunod na tranche ng cheque is the proof na nasubmit ang report sa Commission of Audit na IPAO sa opisina nila. Ang bibigay po sa amin would be the cover letter na na-receive ng IPAO, yung utilization report and the liquidation. At po, nabigyan kami ng copy na yun, pwede natin process yung susunod na branches.
If there is a specific department under the Department of Education that is in charge with expenditure confidential funds, how about the operations department? May alam mo ba kayo doon? Sa confidential funds, kung kanino nila, sino ang usage of operations fiscal year 2023 para doon sa confidential funds at kanino nila binibigay?
I understand not know how to answer that, Your Honor. Kung use it for operation ng regular mandate ng DepEd, we use it for operation. Pero kung who is in charge of the operations for the confidential fund, hindi kami aware or hindi yan discuss sa amin sa regular meetings sa mga
Are you familiar with the National Task Force and Local Communist Armed Conflict or the NTF-LCAP? Party po ba ng NTF-LCAP ng DepEd? Tama ko ba, Discrepancies? And this NTF-LCAP has been existing since 2008. Tama ko ba, Discrepancies?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm aware of the MPF-LCAP because may kasama po pumunto yan sa GA, nagpunto siya dahil I am also aware during the time of Secretary Lee Briones, I remember po siya ng MPF-LCAP. And I remember, including our former Secretary, I am just confirming from our chief of staff, or yes po, kasama daw po ang DepEd sa MPF-LCAP.
Sa pagkakalam niyo, Yusek, ano ang role ng NTF-LCAP? Hindi po ba ito ang related dun sa apat na programa ng confidential fund?
Your Honor, as far as yung budget ng DepEd na regular is concerned, wala po kaming ginagastos for NTF-LCAP. Yun po ang pwede ko masagot. Pero kung ano po yung role ng DepEd Secretary sa NTF-LCAP, I was never told or present in any meeting na discuss po ang NTF-LCAP matters.
Kung alam niyo po yung programa sa DepEd, and it was organizing and coordinating the execution project, what department under department nag-execute?
This is how I understand the question, Your Honor. NTF-LCAP, participation of DepEd in the NTF-LCAP is to the Office of Secretary. So, baka po mas relevant relevant po na magbagay na influence yung ating former Chief of Staff. Kasi sila po ang ma-attend na kaibigan. Yun po yung joint circular on the release, utilization, monitoring, liquidation, reporting, accountability of the confidential and intelligence fund. The Commission on Audit, BBM, LGUs, GCC, GCG, Department of National Defense, Joint Circular Number 2015-01.
So yun po. So, ang mga payables po yun, ginagamit yung talaga cheque. Paano yung ginagamit yung mga cheque sa MOOE lang, sa accounts payables? Paano yung ginagamit yung mga cheque for paying other suppliers? Paano mga payroll? Paano yung ginagamit yung mga cheque?
Tama po, Your Honor. The checks are used for all programs and projects and activities. So, pwede po MOE, pwede rin pong payrolls as well, no? Pwede po sa supplier, pwede sa contractor. In this case, kasi po nakalagay sa joint circular na ang confidential fund should be in the form of cash advance. So, pag cash advance, check po talaga ang dapat na ilabas under the name of the authorized special disbursing officer. So, yun po yung procedure na sinusunod namin based on the COA funds.
Sinabili na po ba yung mga attachment ng 37.5 sa amin?
Kung wala po kaming copy noon, Your Honor, kung saan ang magre-report po kung saan siya ginamit would be the special disbursing officer and the head of agency. At ito po is nasabit sa COA chairman through the IPA. Ano po yung
So, talagang makakasal dito is Mr. Pahar.
yes, Your
Kasi siya
Honor.
ang disbursement officer. Tama ba?
Tama po.
Well, di ba, pag nagbabayad tayo sa gobyerno, meron tayong tinatawag na ADA, meron tayong tinatawag na LDA, LEDEP, meaning to say, list of due and demandable accounts payable, or the advice to their account. Hindi mo pwedeng i-apply yan na i-deposit mo na lang as ADA, yung 37.5 million, bakit check ang ginagawa?
Your Honor, that will not be compliant with the joint circular. Because the joint circular specifically provided under Section 6 of Joint Circular 2015-01, the grant of the confidential fund is only through cash advance. So hindi po pwede ang ADA, hindi rin po pwede yung disallowance naman po ng cash payment. Only through check.
Talagang cash mo talaga yan kasi cash advance.
Cash payment.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's all. And the summary of my interpellation, USEC Sevilla prepared a check, prepared the voucher, and signed the check by USEC Sevilla and USEC Mercado, and received by the certain the TSDO, Mr. Pajarda. And Mr. Pajarda is the one who encashed the check from Land Bank and kinuha niya yung pera. At Mr. Chairman, yung 37.5, ewan po, ikaw, kung kaya mong buhatin yun. From the Land Bank, alam ko may Land Bank office sa baba ng DepEd, bubuhatin mo yun sa opisina ni Mr. Pajarda. So, I don't know, kaya gusto ko invite Mr. Chairman, si Mr. Pajarda, kung paano niya binuhat itong 37.5 million na 3 pesos na na-issue ni Miss Annalyn Sevilla, ang ating undersecretary, at ang ating former undersecretary, na si Miss Mercado. So, tatlo, Mr. Chair, malinaw po na ginawa po yung tatlong voucher at saka tatlong cheque ni USEC Sevilla, USEC Mercado, and then cast by Mr. Pajardo. So, yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, SPS. Yes,
I would like to make a motion that we invite to the next hearing Mr. Edward.
We already issued a subpoena testificandum. Yes. It was subject of motion a while ago. So So we have already issued the subpoena testificando to Mr. Paharka
To appeal the police
to appeal. If in the event na hindi po siya umattend, we will be constrained to issue a contempt order to Mr. Paharka. Next to interpolate, Congressman Ministro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are for Major General Velasco A. Campin. Good afternoon, sir. You are the former Undersecretary for Administration of the Department of Education that was previously of former Secretary, Vice President Sara Duterte. Do you confirm?
Major General
Major General, former Major General Velasco,
Velasco
MP. Mr. Chief.
Mr. Chair?
Please answer the question of Congresswoman Ministro.
Yes, Your
So you confirm having been appointed as Undersecretary for Administration of DepEd. That was during the time of former Secretary, Vice President Sara Duterte. Let us go back to your career in the AFP, General Campaign.
Yes, Mr. Chief.
Back in 2017, nasan po ba kayo, General Campaign?
In 2017, ma'am, initially I was assigned in Technical Infantry Division as the Chief of the Governance and Strategy Management Office, effective January 2017. Then by August of same year, I was designated as the Commander of Task Force Davao in Davao City.
Appointment in 2017 was at the 10th Infantry Division.
Correct, Your Honor.
Pag sinabi po ba natin General Campaign, 10th Infantry Division, what areas are covered?
The 10th Infantry Annual Division covers whole of Region 11 and part of Region 12, part of Region 10, and part of Region 13, Caraga, Europe.
And can you please cite some of the big provinces which are under these regions, General Campaign?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, for Region 11 covers Davao City, Davao del Norte, Davao del Sur, Davao Occidental, and Davao Oriental. Also includes parts of Bukidnon, but greater part of Bukidnon is under 4th Infantry Division and part of North Cotabato.
And for Region 12, General Campaign?
Region 12 is a part of Cotabato.
And Region 13?
Region 13 is part of Agusan Sur and a part of Surigao del Sur.
Can you please be specific about the inclusive period when you were the commander of the 10th Infantry Division, which covers regions 11, 12, and 13?
I was designated as commander of the 10th Infantry Division in February of 2022 until my retirement in January 28, 2023, Your Honor.
Earlier, you mentioned about 2017, and you were likewise at the 10th Infantry Division. What specific assignment do you have during that time?
2017, ma'am, I was assigned as the commander of Task Force Davao, in charge of covering, actually it only covers the downtown Davao, in charge of the anti-terrorism unit of the armed forces because of the series of lobbying. Because Task Force Davao was established in 2003. Then after that, in 2019, I was at the Task Force Davao. I was designated as the commander of the 10-order infantry brigade, covering parts of Davao region, Davao del Norte, specifically Davao del Norte, of Davao Oriental, parts of the northern or the mountainous area of Davao City, and then some parts of Bukidnon and some parts of North Cotabato.
So would it be correct to say 2017, General Melvin, you were heading the task force Davao, primarily in charge with Davao City and the major parts of the Davao region. Do you confirm that?
Ma'am, for clarification, Mr. Chair, during my stint as Task Force Davao, it only covers the downtown because Davao City is divided into 3 areas. It has the downtown, midtown, and the uptown. The midtown is the downtown is the central district, and midtown and uptown are those areas.
So which part are you in charge with?
For 2017, ma'am, 2017 until
Midtown,
2019 in
uptown, or downtown?
downtown during
You are in charge of downtown in 2017 as the head of Task Force Davao.
Correct, ma'am.
And then sometime in 2019, you became in charge of the 10th Infantry Brigade, covering most parts of the Davao region.
Check, ma'am. 2019, I was designated as the brigade commander. Brigade commander is under division still, covering Davao, some parts, specifically Davao del Norte, Davao Oriental, and Davao Oriental, Davao del Norte.
Yes, General, you have stated that already. And then for 2022, this is the time that you were in charge of the 10th Infantry Division, covering the regions 11, 12, and 13.
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And of course, I just wish to manifest that during this time, 2017 to 2022, the President was former President Rodrigo Roa III.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
And for Davao City, the mayor during the time was our Vice President, Sara Duterte.
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And considering that you are taking care of the regions, the provinces, which are considered the hometown of the President, may I know, was there any marching order coming from the President, having assigned to those places?
Actually, because as member of the armed forces, our main objective is to ensure to protect the people and secure the territory for our sovereignty. So, basically, for the army or the 10th Infantry Artillery Division, our focus is on insurgency problem. While in Davao City, during my stint as Task Force Davao Commander, is for the extreme terrorism, like bombing of the extreme.
With all due respect, General Melvin, I hope you will be responsive to the question, because Davao, of course, is the place of the former President. So this representation is interested whether in your assignment in 2017, 2019, and 2022, all pertaining to the Davao region. Mayroon po ba specific the marching order ng Presidente, considering that these places are his home places?
I have not received any specific instructions, but
I think General Melvin, I think think you have answered the question already.
Thank you, Your
How
Honor.
about any marching order from the Vice President during your stint as Task Force Davao head?
The only instruction that I received during our assumption or during my assumption as Task Force Davao Commander is to have zero bombing incident, because he said if there's a bombing incident in Davao City, then you fail your mission as commander of Task Force. So zero bombing, that's specific instructions of former Mayor Sara.
I wish to remind you of the article which was published in Sansar. Ang sabi po ng ating Vice Presidente noon ay City Mayor, kayo po ang head ng Task Force Davao. Don't sleep, don't breathe, don't embarrass me. Do you confirm that?
That's correct. I still have the newspaper of that.
Now, please enlighten us, walk us through. During the time that you were assigned in Davao City and the rest of the other areas of the Davao region, how would you describe the peace and order situation in Davao?
In Davao City, ma'am, actually, when I first arrived, because I was also assigned in Davao region for a short stint in 2008. First thing that I noticed in
With
Davao.
all due respect, Mr. Chair, let us remind our resource makers to be responsive to the question. We are asking General Mempin about the status of Davao with respect to the peace and order situation during your time as the head of Task Force Davao. I think that is 2017 until 2019.
For the Davao, downtown Davao, it is very peaceful, but still the threat of terrorism is there, so the existence of Task Force Davao is still.
In the scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest, how peaceful is Davao?
10, because up to now, no
10.
incident of terrorism.
So that confirms the description of Colonel Garma in one of our hearings that Davao is one of the most livable city in the Philippines. You agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, you're one of the reasons why you are able to maintain, or you were able to maintain such level of peace and order in Davao City, because you were the one in charge, the partner of the LGU. If we ask General Mempin, ano po ba ang mga programa ginawa ninyo sa Davao City to be able to achieve the level 10, the highest score in terms of peace and order that you just gave to Davao City?
To be candid about it, ma'am, actually, I just continue what my predecessors have done, because when I assumed in 2017,
General Mempin, kindly focus on the programs. Ano po yung programs na inyong in-implement?
number one, ma'am, is continued collaboration with various stakeholders, particularly with the Muslim communities in Davao City, to ensure that there is no slippage of probable or would-be bombing incident in Davao City.
Any other programs, General Mempin?
Of course, continue information awareness to all the residents, or not only residents, but people visiting Davao. Because right now, the term right now is culture of security, where security is everybody's concern, and not only of the security units like AFP and the Philippine National Police.
I assume, General Mempin, that you were able to implement a lot of programs for you to be able to achieve that level 10 peace and order situation. So aside from the collaboration with Muslim communities and information awareness dissemination, can you please cite more programs which you recall were very significant in your achievement of the level 10 of peace and order in the Davao City?
Yes, ma'am. Number one is collaboration, information awareness, then continued meetings with or exchange of information with intelligence units or security units in Davao, continued collaboration with the business sector because they are the one who needs to be convinced that Davao is safe for investment to stay in Davao or increase with. Then, of course, continued presence because actually the word do not speak. We continue patrols in Davao City, mobile, fixed checkpoint, Davao Airport, and even when there are major engagement, Task Force Davao is always present. And of course, we continue to make our personnel professional because whatever programs you have, if the people, meaning our soldiers, is not professional in handling, like for example, we always conduct checkpoint operations and we always ask indulgence of the inconvenience that we have caused to the passenger and into the drivers entering Davao City. So that's all part of our programs to ensure that everybody is cooperating to ensure that no bombing incident will occur in Davao City.
I wish to make a recap of what you said, General Mendy. You mentioned collaboration with Muslim communities, information, awareness, and dissemination to all residents, meetings with other intelligence units, collaboration with business and other sectors, presence of patrols, and presence with all other professionals to make sure that no bombing incident will happen in the Davao City. You confirm that?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And these are the reasons why you were able to achieve the level 10, the highest score for the peace and order situation in the Davao City. You confirm?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I must say, Mr. Chair, General Mendy, na ito rin ang dahilan why I wish to conclude pinagtiwalaan ka na noon ay City Mayor and now our Vice President, Sara Duterte.
Yes, Your Honor.
Level 10 score is something that I am sure you will be able to gain the trust and confidence of whoever is the local chief executive of the area in which you are assigned. You agree with me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's move forward, General Mendy. Kailan po kayo nag-retire sa AFP?
I retired last January 28, 2023.
January 28, 2023. And I understand you entered the Department of Education during the time of VP Sara Duterte. You confirm that?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Can you please enlighten us, ano pong appointment ang nabigay sa inyo during your time in DepEd?
First month, I was appointed as or recruited as consultant of Department of Education from April.
Can you please expound? Consultant on what matter?
I was highly technical consultant because I came from the armed forces and our former secretary and vice president consider me as an asset in collaboration or engaging the security.
You believe, General Mendy, that it was your career in the AFP, which was considered by then Secretary of DepEd while you were hired as the highly technical consultant.
That's correct, Your Honor.
If you can still recall, General Mendy, ano po ba ang trabaho ng isang highly technical consultant as you were made to understand during your last stint in the Department of Education?
When you become a highly consultant, meaning the unit or the agency would not have it on its own personnel. That's why they could engage or hire the services of a consultant.
For the information of the Filipino people, General Mendy, please allow me to share the functions which work under your position as highly technical consultant. 1. Provide high-level policy advice on topics agenda that are confidential in nature. 2. Provide guidance, technical oversight, and expert advice to DepEd in the development of various programs in all levels of governance on safety and security. 3. Engage and collaborate with other departments and security-related services. 4. Submit monthly status to OSEC. And 5. Perform other duties related thereto. Would you agree with me, General Mendy, that as highly technical consultant, your mandate is to make sure that the need to promote and ensure safety and security is well addressed?
That's correct.
You confirm that.
Yes.
And having confirmed that, tama po bang isipin, you are the one in charge also of the confidential funds of the Department of Education?
That's not correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Then, General Mendy, if you're the one in charge of this confidential fund, then who is or who was?
I was not. I only because after April, May, when the USEC for administration is open, I was again asked if I could. But I'm not part of the utilization or how the configuration.
But you agree with me, General Campin, lahat ng trabaho na ibinigay sa inyo, hindi nyo ito gawa without the necessary funds allowed for this. You agree with me?
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, but I have not received any instructions and also funds for that matter on in the performance or in the accomplishment of task given for money to be as the consultant.
In other words, General Campin, while your job description as highly technical consultant pertains to safety and security, you have no access to confidential fund and you did not give any instruction from the head of the agency statement. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor, I am not part of
Thank you.
the
Let us
utilization.
move forward, General Campin. Kanina may na-mention po kayo. After some time, you were appointed as the USEC for administration. Did you apply for this position?
No, I was recruited by the former Secretary and Vice President.
Balikan ko po yung highly technical consultant. Of course, you expressed your desire because a notice of award was given to you to be the highly technical consultant. Aside from you, General Mendy, meron pa po bang iba na nag-express ng desire to be engaged as a highly technical consultant?
I'm not particularly aware of other consultants that expressed their willingness, but I do believe there are other consultants that the Office of the Secretary has.
I understand. How about with respect to your appointment as USEC for administration? You said that you were chosen. You confirm that?
I was recruited.
You were recruited. Who recruited you to become the Undersecretary for Administration?
The former Secretary and Vice President, Sarah, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And would you know why? Bakit ikaw ang napusukan nabigyan at pagkalooban nitong pagiging Undersecretary for Administration and Department of Education?
As to the reason, the actual reason behind it, I was not aware, but I can surmise the trust and confidence that she has on me.
That is
Maybe
correct.
the reason.
The trust and confidence that you were able to establish as head of Task Force Davao in 2017 and being the one in charge of the Infantry Division in Regions 11, 12, and 13 were very significant. Not only in your engagement as highly technical consultant, but in your appointment as well as Undersecretary for Administration of DepEd. We agree on that, General Mendy.
Yes, Your Honor.
As a matter of fact, to illustrate how the former Secretary trusted you, may I ask, are you aware of Department Order Number 78, General Mendy?
Yes, ma'am.
What is Department Order Number 78?
It's about the procurement, ma'am.
With all due respect, dito po sa Department Number 78, ibinibigay po ang mandato na pamunuan ang Department Computerization Program sa Program Director. You confirm this?
Yes, I stand corrected. About
In other words, since 2010, General Melvin, ang Department Computerization Program ay pinamumunuan ng Program Director. Ito po ang nakasaad sa Department Order Number 17. But because the former Secretary trusted you so much on this position of being the Undersecretary for Administration, the DepEd issued DO number 16, series of 2023. Would you like to enlighten us kung ano po itong DO 16, series of 2023?
Actually, it's a revision of Department Order 78 Series 2010. It's actually revising the compositions of those for the
To
procurement.
be specific, General Manfred, with all due respect, ano po ang pinaka-significant na naging pagbabago in terms of the DepEd Computerization Program from DO 78 to DO 16?
It's not only the director who decides for the procurement of Department Computerization.
For the information of the committee, General Manfred, it is clear that from DO number 16, the management of the department's computerization program was transferred from the program director to the Undersecretary for Administration, and that is you, General Manfred. That is how former Secretary trusted you. A policy which has long been existing for 30 long years, 2010, was suddenly changed, transferring the management of DepEd Computerization Program from the Program Director to the Office of the Undersecretary for Administration. Do you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am. Can I elaborate, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Actually, before the computerization program is because actually we noticed some issues in the DCP procurement, particularly in terms of the members. So, because there's a huge amount of money involved in DepEd computerization program, so it was agreed through the executive committee as a political body to elevate the authority of deciding the DepEd computerization program from program director to but basically the program director is actively involved in the decision.
I understand, General Mendez. Now let us go to the DepEd Computerization Program. For fiscal year 2023, mayroon po kayong report. Ang sabi nyo, the delay and underperformance in procuring the ICT packages for 2023 were mainly due to the reconfiguration of the original specification and modifications of the package contents. You agree with this?
Yes.
Because this is in your report. But I wish to ask General Medvin, how come in your fiscal target versus accomplishment, kindly shown on the screen, ito pong fiscal 23, this is your time, as the one heading the DepEd Computerization Program, simultaneous with you being the Undersecretary for Administration. 0% po ang accomplishment ng DepEd Computerization Program. Can you please enlighten us on this?
Actually, ma'am, nandito po yung director ng ICTS but to give you insight on the performance. Because, ma'am, when we arrived in that 2023, actually, it's still the 2022 DCP programs being processed because of the delay during the 2022 because of the change of the administration. So actually, ma'am, late 2023 na po na process completely yung...
Do you know why, General Medvin? Of course, we understand from the records, ay 2023 budget, hindi nyo po na utilize, and that is the reason kung bakit na 0% accomplishment rate. And we know the reason.
Because of the partly of the procurement process, because it has to go to the Bids and Awards Committee, and the members of the Bids and Awards Committee is still full in terms of the DCP.
Of course, you realize, General Medvin, the value of this DepEd Computerization Program with respect to the learning of the students who are supposedly relying on this. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And to complete the picture, General Medvin, I wish to share to the committee, meron po kayong na-procure 44,638 ICT packages and DepEd packages sa taong 2022 and 2023. Ngunit ayon sa annual audit report ng COA, ang na-deliver nyo lang is 16,580. This is not even one half of what is supposed to be delivered. So to make it clear, General Medvin, na kapag procure po kayo ng 44,638 ICT packages, but per report of COA, ang delivered pa lang is 16,580, equivalent to 37% of the supposed accomplishment. Can you please explain this?
Ma'am, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, if I may request the Director of ICTS, because I was not already DepEd since July, so I'm not aware of the updates in terms of deliveries with regards so that
General Medvin, with all due respect, the procurement happened in 2023.
Yes,
Ibig sabihin, nabili na po ito. 44,638 ICT packages. You were still with DepEd.
yes, ma'am, but
Only last July 2024. Tama po ba? From your perspective as Undersecretary for Administration, the one heading the DepEd Computerization Program, Ano po ba naging appreciation niyo dito? Anong naging dahilan? Why you were way below the supposed accomplishment when in fact, ang dami niyo naman palang nabili? Or, if I may rephrase the question, nasan po yung nawawalang ICT packages?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, during the 2023, only the DCP 2022 was processed, procured, and only started delivering in late 2023. And actually, only the first three.
Both dates that you mentioned, General Pete, you're very much connected still with the Department of Education.
Yes, ma'am. I'm explaining that during the 2023, ma'am, the DCP 2022 is prioritized, so it's only being processed in the procurement. And late of October, there were only 3 lots of DCPs were successfully filled out, and 13 was processed in the.
If I may interrupt, let's simplify the question. The 44,638 ICT packages were procured during the time. Only 16,000 were delivered. Nasaan po yung iba?
Ma'am, because the 3 lots supposed to be delivered during December and early January of 2024 were subject to request for extension of some of the supplier, which we were not.
Mr. Chair, I lament the General Pete could not give a clear and complete account of this 44,638. And I still have a lot of questions to raise. So may I just request General Pete to please submit a written accounting of this 44,638 ICT packages with respect to their current whereabouts. Simple lang po ang question, General Pete. Nasaan yung 44,000 minus 16,000 na ICT packages? Moving forward, Mr. Chair. General Pete, I wish to raise questions about the debt and confidential funds. There is such an AOF number 2024-15. This is dated February 1, 2024. Out of the 150 million confidential funds that were to them head, only 3 quarters were utilized. That is equivalent to 112.5 million. Are you aware of this, General Pete?
I just made aware during the hearing about the confidential fund because I was not directly involved in that.
Okay, but at least you can compare that in the General Appropriation Act of 2023, that it has 150 million budget for confidential fund. You're aware of that?
Yes, ma'am, as member of the SO.
And out of 150 million budget for confidential fund, only the first, the second, and the third quarter were utilized. That is equivalent to 112.5 million confidential fund. You're aware of that?
I was made aware of that. You want to.
And sometime in February 2024, nag-issue po si COA ng Audit Observation Memo. Ang sabi po dito, there is such 75 million disallowance na na-justify po nila later on. And out of this 75 million, however, mayroong 15.54 million pertaining to rewards to informers na hindi pa rin po na-clear because of lack of the necessary supporting documents. Can you please enlighten us on this?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I was not part of how the confidential fund is being utilized, so I was not aware of discrepancy, Your Honor, Mr. Chief.
I understand. Nevertheless, General MP, having spent long years of career in the military, of course you are aware about what confidential fund is.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chief.
Can you please enlighten us? What do you understand about confidential fund?
Confidential funds are funds allocated for the certain units or organizations for its security and other in the furtherance of its mandate, particularly those who cannot be gathered through the regular means of acquiring some information.
And how will you differentiate confidential fund from intelligence fund?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, in my opinion, intelligence fund specifically have program being, although it's not being elaborated, but it has to go to the programs of organization, for example, the law enforcement unit, forces, and even the LGUs. One confidential fund has more on flexibility, but as we discussed, there is a protocol SOPs being followed under the JMC 2015.
To recap what you said, General Martin, and please agree with me if I am correct, no? Both have a purpose of addressing the safety and security of the nation. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
However, confidential fund is given to civilian offices. Tama?
Yes, sir.
While intelligence fund is given to military offices. Tama po ba?
Military and other law enforcement
Yes.
units.
In other words, they have the same purpose, confidential and intelligence fund. That is to take care of the national safety and security. However, magkaibang opisina ang gumagamit. Kapag confidential fund, it is given to civilian offices, at kapag intelligence fund, military and like what you said, law enforcement offices. Tama, General Martin?
Yes, Your Honor.
But we have to share also that under Republic Act 7116, the local government code, the LGUs are given confidential fund as well. They're authorized to have and utilize confidential fund. You must be aware of this because for the longest period of time, nandun po kayo sa Davao, and I understand like any other LGUs, nag-utilize din sila ng kanilang confidential fund. You agree with me?
I don't have the exact information, but I do believe they are using confidential funds in furtherance of their mandate respective LGUs.
Remind lang po natin, Mr. Chair, because this was flashed already in the previous hearings. Ito po yung, should I say, escalation of confidential fund of the City of Davao, starting from 2016, 144 million. 2017, you were already the head of the Task Force Davao, 294 million. And then 2010, nandun na po kayo sa 10th Infantry Division. They have 420 million confidential fund in Davao City. And then 2018, and then 2019 to 2022, consistent na 460 million confidential fund. Napakalaki po nito, General MP. Puntahan ko po yung 2017, 294 million. You were the head of Task Force Davao. Pwede po bang malaman how you appreciate the utilization of the 294 billion confidential fund?
Again, ma'am, to be candid about it, Mr. Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I was not aware of how the confidential fund is being utilized or implemented. But just wanted to report to the body that the LGU of Davao, even before and after my terms being supported in terms of logistics, meaning our vehicles, the maintenance of vehicles are coming from the LGU, and if there are major activities like gathering, like Kadayawan, Aron Davao, all the security elements involved in securing Davao City and its major events. The LGU is providing support in terms of meals and logistics, meaning fuel to our vehicles.
In other words, Chairman, feed all the activities that you raised earlier, collaboration with the Muslim communities, information dissemination, meetings with other intelligence units, collaboration with different sectors, presence of controls, and coordination with other professionals. These are activities which were supported by that 294 billion in 2017.
I have no idea, but because aside from Task Force Davao, there are also members of the Joint Task
But
Force.
at least, those activities were part of the expenditures of the 294 billion in 2017. Do you agree?
I believe so, but I'm not 100%.
Thank you. Now let us go to AOM 2024-15. Ito po yung na-mention ko kanina, General Manfin, na merong disallowance na 75 million. Out of 75 million, the basis of the disallowance of 15.54 million is the lack of supporting documents for payment of rewards. Reward to informers. And in response to the AOM, nakatanggap po ang COA ng certification galing sa 4 na AFP officers. 1 is Colonel Moransing, 2 is Lieutenant Colonel Sangdaan, 3 is Colonel Panopio, and 4 is Major General Baha. Mayroon pong pinapa-explain ang COA na 15 million. This is about payment of reward to informers, and then in response, nagsubmit po ang DepEd ng 4 na certification. General Manfin, can you please enlighten us? What are these certifications all about?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the certification that I was asked to coordinate with commanders on the area with regards to the conduct of the Youth Liquidation Summit are present here. And I was just asked to get the feedback from these units of the Army in particular of how they conduct the Youth Leadership Summit in their respective area and how effective it in securing or ensuring that these student out of school youth, even indigenous peoples, youth of indigenous peoples are protected, because that's one of the thrust of also of Department of Education, that our youth be able to be a productive citizens of our country.
Thank you. Now let us go to Colonel Moransing. Colonel Moransing, there is a certification here signed by you, I suppose. This is dated January 1, 2024. You are certifying about the 8 activities for the Youth Leadership Summit with 531 participants, as well as information education campaign with 53 activities and 9,428 participants. Do you confirm this?
Very reverencing, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I confirm that, Mr. Chair.
I observe that the certification is addressed to whom it may concern. And then at the end of the body, it says for the commander. Kanino mo ba talaga nag-address itong certification na ito, Colonel?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to explain about the certification.
Please continue.
First, further division covers the whole of government and all kind of provinces.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, Colonel, I have a limited time, so kindly give a responsive answer to the questions that are being raised. Ang tanong ko po, Colonel, kanino mo ba naka-address itong certification? Sa taas po, whom it may concern. Sa baba, for the commander.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this was asked by the DepEd, and this is our standard format.
We know who in particular in DepEd asked for this certification.
You segment.
You said that.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And that is the standard certification because of our multi-stakeholder activities on the ground. A lot of other agencies ask for certifications. That, for instance, during the Youth Leadership Summits, we get a lot of lectures from other agencies, and they ask certifications. So this is our standard certifications issued to all agencies who ask for it.
Colonel, you mentioned about the Youth Leadership Summit.
Yes.
Can you please name some of your resource speakers during these times?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, we have on criminality, we have resource persons from the Philippine National.
Can you please name names?
Yes, we usually have the chief of police of the municipality.
Please be specific, Colonel.
So the ones that conduct the Youth Leadership Summit are line units, in particular battalions under us. So we
Kindly
have
give names, please.
chief of police. For example, Mr. Chair, if I may, the Youth Leadership Summit, August 7 to 9 August 2023, conducted in Barangay Poblacion,
Mr. Chair, there are 8 Youth Leadership Summit, so at the very least, I'm expecting 8 names for your resource speakers during the time.
Yes, but if I may continue to read it, it's either.
Kindly limit the answer.
Please continue, Colonel.
So we have the municipal mayor of Masyo, Lanang Sur. We have also.
Do you have the date also? Can you please cite the date also?
Yes, ma'am. As I heard,
Date of YLS and then the resource speaker.
yes, ma'am. As I already said, this one is August 7 to 9, 2023. The venue was in Mating Lanang Sur. So we have Staff Sergeant Pacquiao, Lieutenant Colonel Yongas, we have Private De La Rosa, Lieutenant Colonel.
So how many resource speakers for every youth leadership summit?
It depends on the commanders. For instance, local terrorist groups were in Lanao. It can range anywhere from 5 to 10.
Is that the first, the one dated August? That's your first YSL?
YLS.
YLS.
For 2023, the first one was in May.
It was in Zamboanga province.
2023, the first one was made.
Yes.
And then,
We have the second one is 16 June 23. This was in Lano del Sur, the municipality of Bohol.
and then the third,
We have July 26, for the 44th Infantry Battalion in Kapasalan, Zamboanga, Sibugay Province, Mr. Chair. Then we have August, July 29, in Ilaan National High School, Liquid City.
6,
Then on September 29, we have in Barangay Gan, Concepcion, Misamis Occidental. Then December 12, we have in Barangay D1, Dipolo City, Zamboanga del Norte. And as I already mentioned, another one is Zamboanga del Sur, this time in Tumila municipality. So those are 8 in various areas.
Mr. Chair, with the manifestation of Colonel Buransi, I respectfully move that we issue subpoena juices to the head of the schools. Are they schools?
No, ma'am. Not all of them are schools. One is Kailangan.
So what are they if they are not schools?
Like for instance, the first one last week was conducted in a barangay in a city. So
Mr. Chair, I am moving for the issuance of subpoena juices either to head of the school or barangay, which became the recipient of the Youth Leadership Summit conducted by Colonel Buransi. Now let's go to...
There's a motion by Honorable Congressman Luistro to issue a subpoena to the head of school or barangay, subject to the
YLS.
Youth Leadership Summit conducted by Colonel Buransi. Is there any second? Duly seconded by Honorable Flores. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
May we request as well, Mr. Chair, that the documents in the possession of Colonel Buransi, which I believe pertains to the Youth Leadership Summit, be submitted to the committee.
Mr. Chair, according to the Freedom of Information Act, since these are confidential, we can share it, but if you follow the act, the Philippine Army or the General Quarters, of course, would like to ask a written request from the committee, which is according to the Freedom of Information.
Comsec is requested to draft the letter as requested by Colonel Buransi. Please continue, Congressman Luistro.
Mr. Chair, I wish to direct the next question to Lieutenant Sandaan.
Lieutenant,
Can he occupy one of the seats?
have you taken your oath, Lieutenant?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Lieutenant Sandaan, I have here a certification which bears your signature, I suppose. This is about the 22 activities for the Youth Leadership Summit and 49 activities for the Information Education Campaign. This was held in the provinces of Ilocos Norte and Ilocos Sur, as well as La Union. Do you confirm this certification?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
And the certification, similar to the one issued by Colonel Buransi, is addressed to whom it may concern on the upper part and then on the lower part for the commander. For the record, Lieutenant Colonel Sandaan, kanino niyo po ba talaga ina-address itong certification?
Lieutenant Sandaan.
And can you be particular? Sino po sa DepEd?
What can I just give you background? That was the instruction of my commander, and according to my commander, it was Major General Military.
Okay, you answered the question already. And similar to the questions which I raised to Colonel Boransi, you have also some documents with you which can provide details about the recipient of this 22 Youth Leadership Summit.
Right now, Ma'am, I don't have the documents because I'm no longer with the 15th Public Division. I'm already reassigned to GSC. But I assure you, Ma'am, that
You can
there are
produce.
documents.
You can produce.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I just state for the record, Mr. Chair, that Lieutenant Colonel Sandaan committed, manifested his commitment to submit the document about the 22 activities for youth leadership summit.
Yes, just like what Colonel Boransiga said, I think it's much better for the
Yes, we will. We will, Lieutenant Colonel. What is
The
important,
manifestation
Lieutenant
of
Colonel?
Colonel Sandaan for the committee to write the letter. Yun po ba yung gusto ninyo?
Yes, sir.
The COMSEC is requested to please, is directed to please write a letter requesting for the documents as requested by Congresswoman Wisdom. Please continue, Congresswoman Wisdom.
But at least, Lieutenant Colonel Sandaan, can you name some of those 22 activities? Yung naaalala nyo lang po, because this is quite a lot compared to the one which Colonel Bransing had. He had only 8. You had 22.
Actually, this wireless were conducted by the 9 units of the 15 public officials. Ma'am, just like the 5 officers today, the 5th Senior Battalion, and other infantry battalions. As to the specific of which one, hindi ko na ma-remember.
You mentioned which infantry division conducted this.
5th Infantry Division.
Saan po ba kayo kasama? Sa PIP po ba?
5th Infantry Division as a staff of the 5th Infantry Division.
As one of the staff of the
Yes,
5th
yes.
Infantry Division. But I suppose that since you were the one who certified, you're supposed to have a personal knowledge of what happened.
We base it on our records on tabulated records.
Do you intend to tell us, Lieutenant Colonel, that you were not the one who actually conducted this Youth Leadership Summit?
Yes, the 9 units were the one who conducted those activities.
If it is not you, then who?
The different battalions, for example, the 72nd INT, the 5th CMO battalion,
Eh bakit po kayo nag-issue ng certification?
we have the tabulated data.
Yes, I understand, but for one to be able to issue certification, dapat alam nyo. Dapat may knowledge kayo.
Yes, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, this is an inquiry in aid of legislation. You were sworn in before we started the hearing, and this will elevate the status of being a sworn certification already.
Yes, ma'am.
Eh bakit po kayo nag-issue ng certification kung wala kayong personal knowledge? Nag-certify kayo, may 22 Youth Leadership Summit, tapos hindi nyo po ito personally nalalaman. Is that what you wanted to say?
We have personal knowledge because we have our data. That the different timing.
You are aware of the data only, but not of the occurrence. Magkaiba po yun.
Meron din mo siya occurrence.
You are aware of the occurrence as well.
Yes, ma'am, that was really conducted.
Okay, balikan po ulit natin yung question ko. Name some of the Youth Leadership Summit that you conducted, if you're aware of the occurrence.
Just like in San Mariano sa Pedro, we have conducted wireless
Barangay po iyan,
municipal.
municipal. Ang recipient po natin, sino? Sino pong audience nyo doon? Sino pong participants?
The youth from the municipality of San Mariano, there were participants from the students in San Mariano, and even out of school.
Okay, any other YLS that you can recall?
As reported by 9 units, also in Baguio City.
You're basing your testimony, Lieutenant Colonel, on the report. Tama po ba?
Yes.
That's what you said.
Yes.
And this will only mean that you are not aware of the occurrence. If the statement that you're giving to us is based on the report and not on the personal knowledge of the occurrence, then you have no personal knowledge of how it happened.
I am aware of that.
You are aware of the data, you are aware that it happened, but you were not personally there.
Yes, yes.
You did not participate.
Yes, we only provided some speakers as requested.
How about this 22 that you mentioned in your certification? Ito ba na-attendan mo lahat?
No, honestly,
Ilan out of 22 ang na-attendan mo, Lieutenant Colonel?
only in San Mariano.
Only in San Maria? Go on, may I just make a manifestation? How can you validate an accomplishment report with a certification? The signatory has no personal knowledge of what happened. Lieutenant Colonel was able to attend only 1 out of 22 Youth Leadership Summit. And this is okay with COA? I'm sorry, but I do not understand. Colonel Buransi, if I may call you again, yun pong 8, ilan ang na-attendan nyo doon?
Colonel Borasi.
Out of 8 Youth Leadership Summit, ilan po yung na-attendan nyo?
Colonel Borasi, you are recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was only able to attend.
So that means that you have no personal knowledge as well
I have
of all the 8 Youth Leadership Summit that happened.
I have personal knowledge in this, Mr. Chair, if I may explain the structure of my position is I'm G7 of the infantry division. So the infantry division has 3 infantry brigades. They control 3. One has 4 provinces, the other has 1 province, and the other brigade has 1 province. So I am in charge of supervising. I am the civil military operations officer, Mr. Chair. So I closely monitor, we all closely monitor the program of the Youth Leadership Summit to ensure that it is multi-stakeholder and it fits the objectives of the program. So we have personal knowledge. We can go around with each partner, but they have, since we use budget from the Philippine Army, we have activity reports, fund utilization reports, efficiency documentation. And we have to make sure this because we have a yearly inspection from higher departments. We may not have it there, but we have personal knowledge. We are the program managers of this.
You mentioned a while ago, Colonel Buransi,
Yes.
you were using the fund of the Philippine Army. You confirm that?
Yes, Mr.
Are you sure?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
For the 8 YLS
Yes,
that were conducted, you used the fund of the Philippine Army.
for our participants, we use our Philippine Army. For the students, they use the local government unit funds.
Okay, that is clear. Mr. Chair, I just wish to manifest the statement of Colonel Boransay that during the Youth Leadership Summit, for the military, they are using their military fund, and for the children, for the youth, they are using the LGU fund.
Mr. Chair, my name.
Please continue.
They use some use the provincial local government funds, and the municipalities, some delegates also are using the municipal LGU funds. And for the participants from the other stakeholders, from DepEd, from PIDEA, from the police, of course, they use their own funds. So it's like a one-time stakeholder.
In other words, Mr. Chair, a lot of offices and agencies are using the respective funds for intelligence in conducting the Youth Leadership Summit. This is your statement, Colonel Boransay.
I would say, I don't know just funds, what I said was, like for instance, for their visiting, for the hotel, they have to pay from their own agency funds. For their food, they have to pay.
What is clear, there are different offices
Involved.
who shoulder their respective expenses
Yes.
for the purpose of Youth Leadership Summit. Tama? In other words, it is not only the DepEd
Yes, Mr. Chair.
who spends its confidential fund.
I have no knowledge of what the resource of funds is.
But in as far as you are concerned, kanya-kanyang gastos ang iba't ibang opisina. And for the children, the youth, you said it is being shouldered by the LGU. Tama? Thank you, Colonel. May we request Lieutenant Colonel Panopio?
Colonel Panopio. You are recognized.
Colonel, I have with me another certification bearing the signature of Macron Panopio. Is this your signature?
Yes. You are recognized.
On this certification, you certify 205
Thank you,
youth
sir.
students from different schools, 3 youth leadership summits held in the provinces of Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, and Zambales. You confirm this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And similar to my question to Colonel Boransay and the other Lieutenant Colonel, nakalagay po sa certification yung to whom it may concern, kung sa taas, sa baba, or the commander. Kanino po ba talaga naka-address itong certification niyo?
It's addressed to that. May I explain for the commander?
And can you please kindly be particular? Who in DepEd? Ang dami po nila sa DepEd. Sino po sa DepEd ang kausap nyo when you submitted this certification?
Using last audit meeting.
That's USEC Magbin. Okay. And can you please substantiate as well the 3 youth leadership summit that you conducted in your province? Ikaw ba nakaparticipate dito?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, hindi po kami nag-participate specifically because as a staff, we are just supervising and monitoring the activities of the youth.
So similar to Colonel Boransay, you are just aware of the occurrence, but you were not part of the event.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
And with respect to the expenditures for similar programs, would you compare the statement of Colonel Boransay na ang mga opisinang participants ay kanya-kanya na gastos?
Yes, Your Honor.
And with respect to the participating children and students thereat, Tama po ba yung sinabi ni Colonel Moransing, LGU ang sumusuporta sa expenses nila?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you sure? Can we recall Lieutenant Colonel Sandakan?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant Colonel, tanungin ko lang po yung pagdating sa expenditure. Do you confirm the statement of Colonel Moransing? Kanya-kanya naggastos lahat ng opisina.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the children, the youth, it is the LGU who support the expenses.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I am done with Lieutenant Colonel Panopio. I wish to proceed to Major Dombriki. Major Dombriki.
Major Dombriki are recognized. Have you taken your oath, Major? Napag-take po.
Major, meron po kayo dito submission prepared by you, certified by Lieutenant Colonel Panopio. This is about the joint 7th Infantry Division DepEd Anti-insurgency campaign from January 1, 2023 to December 31, 2023. Do you confirm, Major, na ang sinertify niyo po dito ay 313 insurgency awareness and 166 posted social media products?
Yes, ma'am, Mr. Chair. Through that data was based on the reports of our...
Ang kasama po dito, Brigada Eskwela, insurgency awareness, environmental protection, shared and posted social media products. And then you also have number of health-related activities. Ang dami po nito, Major. Tanong, saan po nanggagaling yung pondo ginagamit niyo for all of this?
Ma'am, most of the funds was under the PAPS on the video of
Ano po yung PAPS? Please enlighten us.
projects activities.
And can you please tell us which agency is this?
Particular one is the Philippine Army in collaboration with partner states.
In other words, similar to the statement of the 3 prior officers, yung mga activities nyo, ang gumagastos is the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
And as far as your counterpart is concerned, tama po? Paano niyo po ba ginagawa itong anti-insurgency awareness?
Ma'am, in partnership with the different schools and local government units, our livelihood is conducting intensified operational awareness drives on security awareness.
How about the social media posts? Paano niyo po ba ginagawa ito?
Utilizing the social media platforms of our department divisions and our line officers. We cross-post social media products of the AFP units and to include on the other agency social media products.
Rough estimate lang po, Major. Sa tingin niyo po itong mga reported activities nyo na to, total of 9,712 activities I mentioned earlier. If you're aware, mga magkano po ang nagastos na pondo ng AFP dito?
With that video, the number of anti-insurgency hires very minimal expenses lang po dahil printed manage lang po ito really parang
You're saying minimal, minimal expense, you said that? And it will no way reach 15 million. Tama? Hindi. No way. Thank you. Mr. Chair, gusto ko pong balikan si General Medina.
General Pertini.
I'm about to wrap up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
General, kanina po sabi nyo, hindi nyo alam yung confidential fund. You
That's
still
correct.
confirm that?
That's correct.
But I hope you understand that the certifications, which I confirm from the AFP officers, the 4 of them pertains to the expenditure of 15 million taken from the confidential fund. And according to them, those certifications were required by you.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, actually I was asked by the Office of the Secretary to ask for certification coming from these units. But it is clear to them or even to me that no funds are involved, meaning no funds released to these units. What the Office of the Secretary is wanted to know is the product or the result of the collaboration of various stakeholders, including the Fed, with regards to our youth. So it is clear now that DepEd has not released any single centavo to the conduct of wireless to the units mentioned, Your Honor. And
If you are saying General Memphis, na walang release na pondo ang DepEd dito po sa Youth Leadership Summits, saan po ginastos yung 15 million?
That's Your Honor, Mr. Chair, that I was not aware of it because the task given to me is just to coordinate because to be candid about it, the commanders of Colonel Goran Singh, Colonel Panopio, and Lieutenant Colonel Sangdahan are my former colleagues or classmates in the Philippine Military Army.
Mr. Chair, I wish to ask the COA, Attorney Camora, tama ba ang understanding ko? Sa EOM, may disallowance na 75 million. Out of 75 million, you are asking for supporting documents of the 15 million which were paid as rewards to informers.
Attorney Camora, you are recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And in response to that supporting documents, the DepEd submitted these certifications about the Youth Leadership Summit. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr.
In
Chair.
other words, these certifications submitted by the AFP officers are being used as justification for the 15 million utilization paid as reward to informers. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
General Levin, your statement is completely contradictory to the stand and position of COA.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as I previously mentioned, the only task given to me is to coordinate to my colleagues in the active service of the Philippine Army to have a report on the conduct of youth leadership summit. But as to the utilization or disbursement of 15 million payment to informers, I was not made aware of it, and I have no knowledge that this certification is for the payment of informers. Your Honor,
General McBean, I understand we also have Major General Bahaw. You have a letter here, General Bahaw. This is about the 9 Youth Leadership Summits. Kanino niyo po ito in-address?
good morning, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. President. May I be recognized?
Major General Baco, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ma'am, I addressed the letter to USAC last week, taking him of the wireless conducted in my division.
And similar to the questions that were propounded to the 3 other AFP officers, kapag ho ba nagwa-YLS kayo, sino gumagastos?
Ma'am, sa sariling agency po na nagpa-participate dito ang gumagastos. Sa amin po, more of facilitation and security, kami po ang gumagastos sa sarili namin mga tao.
And with respect to the children and the youth who are the participants, do you confirm what they said already? LGU ang gumagastos?
Yes, ma'am.
At kanina po sinabi din ni General Melvin, balikan mo si General Melvin, sabi niyo po, General, wala talagang gastos at DepEd dito?
To be clear, because as I was asking the confidential funds issues for the conduct of wireless, so it's clear that no funds is downloaded or given to the Philippine Army for the use of the conduct of wireless, but if confidential fund is given
General,
to the
that is
organization.
tantamount to say na walang gastos ang DepEd sa inyo. When you said that they did not or DepEd did not download any fund to the military, tama?
That's correct.
So, what you wanted to say, walang ginastos ang DepEd sa taga-military when it comes to the Youth Leadership Summit. Do you confirm that?
That's I confirm that's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I am very much surprised, but let me wrap up and make this manifestation before I yield to the other members of the committee. While we believe that these certifications were submitted to justify the 15 million that were allegedly paid to as reward to informers, now all the officers from the AFP, that includes General Melvin, the USEC for Administration, are stating that the DepEd did not utilize any of its confidential fund in support of the Youth Leadership Summit. These statements, Mr. Chair, are completely contradictory to what DepEd has made the COA believe in the submission of all these certifications. Mr. Chair, to proceed, let us all be reminded, ito pong confidential fund na ito, pera ng taong bayan. We all of us are accountable to the Filipino citizens. Public office is a public trust. We should be accountable to the people at all times. And I do not understand why these people who are supposed to explain the 15 million is totally unaware of the same, because they are saying that they never use the DepEd fund and what they use is the fund of the AFP. While we understand, Mr. Chair, that confidential fund by its nature is not encouraged to be scrutinized, there is nothing under the law that prohibits the same as well. There are important observations, Mr. Chair. Number one, among all civilian agencies, DepEd is one of the very few with confidential fund. Two, DepEd had this confidential fund only in 2023. And I hope we can show also that what has heard that DepEd is 150 million confidential fund. Mr. Chair, to continue, while the police, the AFP officers already denied this YLS, having been supported by DepEd, 15.54 million mo ang amount that the DepEd is trying to justify in making use of the certifications that were submitted by the AFP. Number 5, Mr. Chair, prior to 2016, pag ang pinag-usapan po natin ay Youth Leadership Summit, it is the AFP who leads and they just coordinate with DepEd. But on the report that was given by COA, it seems to appear that the one leading the Youth Leadership Summit is the DepEd in coordination with AFP. Baliktad po ito. Number 6, Mr. Chair, I do not want to preempt any conclusion. However, Mr. Chair, General Manfin spent 2017 to 2023 of his AFP career in the Bao City and the Bao region. During this time, the former president is the president and our vice president is the mayor. During those times, Mr. Chair, the Bao City, while it is authorized to have and to utilize confidential fund, I believe, as one of the highest confidential fund among the LGUs in the entire country. I hope the Secretary can produce the data. I wish to ask Mr. Chair, ito bang lahat ng ito ay coincidences? Given this observation, let us all be reminded that the leeway that is being given to confidential fund is to be able to address a very important concern, and that is national security of the country. No more, no less. The procurement and the liquidation were made liberal